Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, the Chaucer, Squigs, Sir Kells, Psycho Ling, and Tiwian, Apples and Fruits, Fosty254, and Plaguebird. Thank you, Antiwian and Plaguebird, for the subscriptions. Very much appreciated. As you can see, this is not Battle Brothers. For those who missed it, the Houseless Heroes met their end last night. And I'm not sure, you know, I wanted to talk about the run, wanted to talk about, I don't know, just sort of like give thoughts on it and reminisce maybe. It was a really fun run. It really was. So sorry if that's spoilers. You know, it is just 24 hours, actually less than, after their demise. So figured I'd play a little Spire while I do so, since, I don't know. It's an easy enough game if you're not locked in to just like click what feels good and chat. Actually, when was the last time I played Slay the Spire? Whoops. Oh, apparently I did a run last week and I won. I don't remember this at all. Okay. Cool. Normally I like my habit is to check that before each run because I like to rotate, but I'll start with Ironclad. And we'll just do rotating Ascension 20 runs. And we'll you know, casual Ascension 20 Ironclad wins. So well I mean I don't remember it. Actually, I guess I could. Can you get back to the main menu? I don't know. Whatever. I was gonna say I could maybe look at my run history and maybe if I looked at the cards a little more, I might remember it. Not delusional. Hello, hello. Let's see. What are our choices here? Choose a card to obtain a random common relic. Lose all gold for a rare colorless card. Ooh, that can be interesting. Yeah, I don't hate lose all gold for rare colorless, especially if there's a guaranteed no shop into like choice. I think that sounds pretty good. Although I think it's pretty unlikely that we end up doing 2 elites simultaneously, but certainly possible. Hexaghost is the boss at the end, seems like a good thing. Generally speaking, even though it might be good, especially on certain characters, and I don't know what the, you know, consensus is amongst skilled players to do boss swaps. I never like doing boss swaps. So you're currently at Ascension 10, the Silent, and getting beaten due to poor decisions and well, yeah, Gremlin Ob's tough for Silent, especially as you're figuring out the character. Honestly, the thing about Silent is Silent has such good scaling cards, and such poor common attacks relative to all the other characters actually, that you just often end up taking less elites in Act 1. So yeah, I can hear Mango borking up there. Let's do the colorless card. These are pretty disappointing. I'll just go Master Strategy. It's got good top end, right? And it's got good synergies with some of the stuff Ironclad likes to do. Let's just take 2. I wonder what, I haven't like sat and analyzed or thought about the Jawworm fight, but it might be interesting to like look at that specific choice and be like, my intuition is like just taking 2 damage there to get 6 in against Jawworm is probably correct, but I don't really know that. And then like here, should I take 7? Because then I think the fight's pretty much guaranteed to be over. Or do I take 2 and assume, despite that attack doing nothing, you know, that I'll be able to pull through? Oof. Rough one. But we should be able to kill him next draw, most likely. Yeah. I think taking 7 is better because you had vulnerable on him. Well, that's the thing too, right? Yeah, exactly. Right, we had vulnerable, so you know, it was better than any damage we would do the next turn. So you've heard on Ironclad it's better to prioritize attacks over defense. Yeah, that's generally speaking true, right? So, I mean, it's pretty interesting. Like the Jawworm fight, if you get like particularly bad draws, it can be an absolute disaster. I think I'll grab a Headbutt here. It's like a good card in general. I think Headbutt plays well with Master of Strategy. And do I want to put a defend on top? I don't think so. I think we'll just play... do it on the red louse. Is this a lone wolf run? It is. It is. It is a lone wolf run. A lone Iron Chad. Pommel Strike can be okay. Pommel Strike can potentially be a part of future infinites. Stronger than a strike right now. I think it's worth taking a Pommel Strike. That feels correct to me. We'd like a little bit more defensive cards, but seems all right. And do I want to do Master Strategy just to be able to play that Pommel Strike? I don't think so. Well, I don't know, maybe so. Probably. I think the damage over the bash is worth. Yeah, this will be pretty good. We'll be able to bash here, defend, and then we just need either 2 or 3 strikes or 2 strikes plus, yeah, stuff like this. So adding those extra damage cards did us some good. Demon Form being offered. Not one of my favorite cards. It's one of those cards that I don't know. It can be really good with ironically enough, it's actually best with like defensive decks. And then you just get like a Reaper full heal after every fight kind of thing. It's a pretty good tool to maybe win a run. Power Through is just like an insanely good card. Really, really good card. Really good card. And I would like another block card, but I think I'll grab a Demon Form. It's sort of a long-term play. It's basically a curse in our deck right now. So this fight is really rough. We're gonna need to do a ton of damage. Is Demon Form a block card? You know, when paired with Reaper, I would say it kind of is. This fight's gonna be rough. We're gonna try to get as much damage onto this Jarworm as fast as possible. And honestly, I'm kind of thinking about like what's the right play here, right? So the thing is this guy's gonna keep buffing, and the Acid Slime putting weak on us means we're far less capable of killing him later on, which is pretty rough. Pretty rough. So I'm sort of inclined to maybe play a strike and a defend and actually take 7. And we're definitely going to play the bash. So the weakened is going to go away next turn. What's the probability of being able to kill this guy next turn? Pretty low. We'll have 13 damage there. I think I'm going to do the 6 here and make it much more likely. Still in the vase? Did we die? Yeah. We did. Hey, Eagledub, thank you. Love me some Slay the Spire. Me too. Me too. If you're looking for, you know, really effective, high level Slay the Spire play, look elsewhere. But I do like it, and I'd like to get good at it and just sort of focus on it a little bit before it comes out in March. But that's a later Slurgy problem. Yeah, well stated. Is it too early? No, it's not too early. I'm here to talk about the run. I'm here to talk about the run, actually. So feel free to ask about it. Be happy to talk about it. It's we're mourning the loss, but we're already in the acceptance phase. I think I want a block card, and actually I'm okay with an Armaments. And I don't know if it's a noob trap to want to upgrade armaments, but I love upgrading armaments. I think it's a real feels good, especially against like the Guardian. So I'll probably go to this campfire. I don't think we're gonna fight 2 elites. That's unlikely unless this particular card reward is like something really excellent. The fact that you can win in Ascension 20 means you're good at this game? I guess it depends. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. It depends on your perspective, right? Let's play the Master of Strategy because, wow, God. That's a disaster. That's a disaster. So if we upgrade the Bash, you know, we do bring it up to 10, which isn't enough to kill any of these. What a disaster. What made you take that barracks fight blind in the night? I was honestly surprised you took it to begin with and you stayed when you saw... Well, my thought going into it was we just did the Watchtower and it was no problem, right? And so looking at the like proportional scaling, I was like, all right, so it'll have about maybe 50% more resources, approximately. And I was like, that should be totally fine. And resources being like the score of each unit. And had the units been the same mix as the Watchtower fight, it would have been fine, right? If it were mostly conscripts, no issue. Really, truly, no issue whatsoever. And so I was sort of just, I didn't think of the possibility of like, what if there are like 10 gunners? Because I didn't know such a spawn was possible. And in fact, in vanilla, I'm sure it's not. And doing that fight at night, as soon as we were locked in, and then I saw all the gunners, you know, basically make their firing line, I was like, oh shit. Especially as they started hitting, right? And obviously I could have run right at the beginning, but my thought was, as soon as I saw 38 enemies, I thought maybe counterintuitively, oh, this will be easy because it's only 38 enemies, meaning the weaker units, so just lots of conscripts. And well, you saw how that went. So, I don't know. I mean, it was a lapse of judgment too. I think that's definitely fair to say. Oof. The joys of Battle Brothers, the joys of Battle Brothers. Let's put this defend plus on top. So, this fight is terrible for us, by the way. Darkseid really watched that massacre happen yesterday. Let out an even laugh, then proceeded to rub salt into the wound. Nah. Darkseid would never. Boy. I was really hoping to draw, I guess, just headbutter armaments, really. The way the camps scale with resources is quite different from vanilla. Yeah, I mean, I just knew from the, I mean, part of it is a little bit of data extrapolation. Like I was just looking at the famed item chance and being like, all right, resource values being a proportion of the Watchtower and being like about a 1.5 times fight. And I was like, that should be fine, right? Yeah, it's a very interesting Battle Brothers mod, for sure. Very interesting. You was / am a few VODs behind. Were the full force duos working out? Oh, very well. Yeah, the full force was great. Well, duos. How far back are you? What I mean is, in vanilla, a 1.5x fight is different from a hardened 1.5x fight. In vanilla, it mostly seems more units, but hardened can change composition. Well, that's fair. I mean, it can mean that in vanilla as well, but boy, 40% potion chance. We got a regen potion there. Hope the stream goes well. I'll drop in later, hopefully. Hey, we'll see you later, Metawrecker. Boy, Burning Pact can be a good card. What I think I'm probably going to end up doing is going up through here, doing one upgrade on armaments and the other being arrest. And we'll probably end up taking very few elites in this act, which sort of sucks. But we'll end up taking this one. I think the later act elites and later act question marks in Act 1 are actually pretty good, so. This game gives you Adventure Quest Worlds vibes, throwback to 3rd grade on the One Classroom PC. Adventure Quest Worlds. Can't say I'm familiar. So yeah, I'll upgrade here because I don't think there's any hallway fights that'll kill us with an upgraded armaments now that we got the multiple slimes out of the way. Yeah, this is fine. I mean, I'm gonna take 11 here, which really sucks. Or am I? I think I can play that. What would you say are the valuable things you learned from the run? Oh, excuse me. I think there were a ton of super valuable lessons, and probably the main ones are just like what fights are and aren't safe, which is not something I can easily put like, ooh, just like we got that strike there, that are hard to put like a description on, but like knowing that how dangerous Chosen are, other such things, knowing how effective Dynamic Duo is a big one as well. And one of the things about Dynamic Duo that made it more effective than my initial analysis wasn't the free rotation. Like that part all made sense to me and made it good, and I always knew that would be good, right? And so that's why I planned on doing it even though I was like a little bit dubious of its strength. But one of the things that made it so much more powerful than anticipated was when I realized just how many scary enemies have, what's it called? Like Intimidating Approach or whatever. The one where they gain plus 15 melee attack, requires a two-handed weapon, plus 15 melee attack, and makes you lose confidence if they have more hit points than you. Until you, Formidable Approach. Yeah, thank you, Rufin. Formidable Approach, right? As soon as Formidable Approach, as soon as I realized how many enemies have that really bumped up the value of Dynamic Duo dramatically. Right? Like all those big, like Chosen, the big scary two-handed skeletons, things like that. So look to see more rotation Dynamic Duos in the future. I think there's other ways you can do it too, as long as you've got like units with similar initiative values where you can pair like offensive brothers in there too. Do a swap, bring in an offensive brother that does like a huge attack of some kind, right? I think there's some tricks. There's some things there that I think will be really good. So stay tuned. Just a valuable even without full force. Full force helps. Full force helps an awful lot. Yeah, I mean the thing is rotation is expensive. It just costs a lot of fatigue. That's right, full force. Ancient tea set. Sure. It's pretty hard to find reasonable squads now. Did you try to oof, this could be a rough fight actually. Did you try to roll some squads to see how they looked? I did a little bit, and actually I thought mine looked okay. You're trying to fish at the moment? Oh, okay. Let's see. Got a 9 plus 12, so it's not gonna be able to kill here, which sort of sucks. It's gonna take a bunch of damage. Hey, how we doing? We're doing all right. We're doing all right, Odin. Odin, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6. Hope you're doing well. the Spire run has not been going particularly well. Reaper. Oh man, Bloodletting is a great card too, but there's no way we don't take Reaper with Demon Form. Now, if we can just get more defensive cards in the deck, we can create like a very nice healing tool that lets us play pretty slowly and carefully, greedily, things like that. That's really nice. You can usually make a decent phalanx and backline, but the issue is you're not confident the front line can sustain fights without hammers. Fatigue is such an issue for other weapons. Yeah, true. Yeah, one-handed shield bros without full force hammers. I think you can still do okay with like riposte, actually, in certain situations. I think you just have to kind of accept that they'll do less, but I don't know how acceptable that is. Yeah, flails just, I don't think flails do great damage and they help your team a lot, but they're just so, especially once you add in just the fatigue cost of equipping the shield and the weapon, it's a big ask. It's a big ask. I don't know that I think 142 gold is worth going to a shop. I think I just stick with the question marks here. Do you have any idea when you'll start the new run? That's a great question. And I don't actually. I think in this fight I can slow play this Slaver with Demon Form and get a ton of health back. Man, that's rough. But I think with armaments upgraded defense, I think we can end this fight with a decent amount of health. Yeah, it is sketchy to just have one guy riposting. That's true. That's very true. Maybe shouldn't have even done that. Okay. I'm trying to slow play this so we can just gain a bunch of strength here. Trying to get our damage on the Slaver. It'd be interesting to like, these are the kind of situations where it's like, I would like to model this to know what is correct. Right, like do I take 8 or do I just finish him? I guess I just finish him. Yeah, that ended up okay. But yeah, losing the militia perk is absolutely huge in increasing the difficulty. I think I don't take any of these. You think a flail bro on the corner with rebuke is pretty legit? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. Yeah, flail spinner, and the nice thing is that flail spinner is fairly inexpensive to maintain. Yep. Yeah, I think a corner flail bro is great, but I think the tricky thing about that is just like, I'm scared to have any corner bro without good rotation tools very ready, and they have to have really good defenses. Like they've got to have both good like melee defense and layered defenses, like Battleforge plus flexible or something like that. Yeah, flail spinner giving the reach and melee defense is huge, right? Because then you don't have to like take shield mastery, most likely, especially if you've got phalanx and like one bro next to them. Is this an opportunity to armaments into Demon Form Reaper later? Well, we wouldn't be able to armaments into Demon Form because we're not going to have enough energy. I am debating whether to just simply play the Demon Form, but I think there's no world where taking 22 is justifiable. I think probably what I'll do is just armaments and then just play the Reaper. Right, because I'm not even going to heal back up that much. Alright, so we'll gain the 15, and then we'll summarily lose 15 and then an additional 7. Yeah, no, it doesn't do that. So. Yeah, we'll keep the headbutt on top, because that plus a strike will kill. Okay. Haven't really had any good opportunities to use these potions. I don't know. I maybe could have and probably should have found an opportunity to use one back there. What I'm going to do is actually probably keep the liquid memories. My thought is liquid memories is more likely to be something that we want to play to like pull back a demon form, unlike the fight against the Guardian. And Seeing Red is like okay. I think Seeing Red's okay. Liquid Demon or Reaper is huge, yeah. Yep. So did you take a break from high concentration Battle Brothers? Yeah, basically. And I'm gonna put the armaments back on top. I think I feel okay with that opening against these two. Yeah. Right, so let's do that one. Pretty good fight. That one net positive. Tools positive, if you will. I'm not gonna take any of those. Alright, we can fight this elite. Shouldn't be a problem. It's the Vool, the Lagavul. Searing Blow Run? Nah. Let's see, do I even play this Burning Pact? Probably. Oof. Okay. So I'm just gonna play the demon form. Right, I'm not gonna play the Seeing Red or anything. You love watching the intense fights at the large camp, but also sometimes it's a bit too exciting. Fingernails are gone. I know, yeah. There were some spicy ones, that's for sure. Let's see. I'm keen to play the bash, but I don't want to headbutt the bash. But I want to play the headbutt after the bash, so I'll probably do Seeing Red, like bash, pommel strike, and then headbutt the pommel strike. Yeah, and I think... I'm not sure. Maybe playing the defender is right, but I think we can kill him before his third attack. Right, so let's not draw the Reaper. All right, cool. I mean, I could try to slow play a little bit here to try to bring the Reaper around. Right, because he's gonna... We get like an extra turn, right, when he debuffs us. What's your biggest mistake and or biggest achievement from last run? The biggest mistake was the fight that ended it all. But also the Chosen fight and underestimating them. But yeah, biggest achievement, I don't know. I think the fact that we took a spicy fight in nearly every single stream, and it actually still went pretty well. So I'm gonna try to slow play this to try to get Reaper. So I'm gonna do like enough damage that I'm confident I can kill him next turn, even if I don't draw the Reaper, but enough that I can still kill him, right? Where I'm not losing out on reaping damage. So we're never gonna be able to bash Reaper, right? So the Reaper, if it does 5 damage, he's gonna debuff us for the minus strength. So Right, we're never going to do more than like 11. Yeah. Bottled Lightning. I mean, we probably bottle Master of Strategy. It's kind of like a poor man's, oh shoot. Whatever that relic's called, where you start with more cards in hand. 2 more cards in hand. Why can't I remember it? Bag of Prep, yeah. Yeah, always check the cards first. Always check the cards first. Always make sure to get your timing of your relic and your card correct. Like if you get, for example, a Toxic Egg or something, you want to wait to grab your card until after. I don't think I'm going to take any of these cards. Havoc is like a little bit interesting and tempting. I think Havoc with Headbutt can sometimes be pretty cool. But I don't want to accidentally play Reaper on a turn where we can't guarantee not hitting it. Not that we couldn't still take Havoc, right? There are definitely situations where it's okay when there's turns where you just can't play it. Right, because unlike one thing that's interesting about Slay the Spire compared to like Magic the Gathering, in Magic the Gathering, for example, every single card you draw, you're going to play. I mean, ideally, right? Whereas in Slay the Spire, you're okay with, you know, for example, we grab that early Demon form, even though in a lot of fates it's useless. And in fact, if we didn't have the Reaper yet, it would still be useless. And that's okay, right? It will make your hand less probabilistic where you have something you want to play, but it's still okay that it's there, if that makes sense. Anyway, speaking of things that are there, I think I'm going to bottle this Master Strategy. We're going to leave all that behind. And do I think in this fight I can get away with upgrading a card instead of healing? I think it's tough and it's close, but I think I can, in fact, with these potions, almost always defeat the Guardian. So, from a damage perspective, we're not going to draw much, right? So I kind of want to do the 40 damage now. So I think I will do the bash here. Pommel Strike, see what we get. Okay. So I could put damage cards on top to be able to guarantee we're able to pop through his shield next turn. Right, like all I need to do is just get... Can I do that? Can I guarantee it even with a bash? I guess we've got the potion, so we can guarantee it. Let's just go with Pommel Strike, though. And I'm gonna stop playing cards there. Somber greetings to you, Slurgy. Hey, JSF and BGH. Somber greetings indeed. Okay, so... Hold on a second, is this a break from the current run or until the next? You know that meme where that's the monkey who looks at you and then he looks away? Let's see what this draw looks like. Ooh, okay. So this Armaments lets us play the Seeing Red into the Demon form. Pretty good with that. And I don't think we play the Strike. I think we can start to pare things down pretty well with the Burning Pact and Armaments. Yikes. Didn't you have the Armaments and Demon? No. No, we did not. Right, the Seeing Red was on the draw. Demon form still costs 3. Pretty sure, unless I missed something, but I'm pretty sure we did not. You'd fallen asleep during last night's stream, but the tension in your voice, yeah. Wasn't there only 5 cards left? Yeah, correct. But that's why I drew, and the Seeing Red was from not those 3, if I recall correctly. Looking forward to the next run. I'm off to play some Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Do I have that correct? Enjoy your... Hey, Chopstick 537, good evening. Yeah, the Seeing Red was needed to be able to pull off that combo that managed to get executed. So I am going to Liquid Memories here, the armaments, which feels a little goofy, but it also feels a little bit necessary. So I'm going to put both defends in the draw pile and get rid of a strike. Again, we're trying to get rid of the strikes, get something fairly lean, be able to play a really high-powered Reaper, and that's going to be a necessary thing. So do I think I have enough damage next turn if I get a bash? I think definitely, right? If you get gunned down by 30 nomads, you definitely need a break. True. Alright, so I don't want to put the bash on top. So let's do that. So defend Pommel Strike and armaments, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Take one. It was heartbreaking, but having that risk is all. Yeah, I mean, it's true. The risk is definitely a big part of what does make it compelling. Speaking of risk, we'll be able to block next turn. But yikes, we're gonna live with just 3. Why not block plus Reaper? I was hoping to make Reaper heal us for a bit more. Let's see, I think we have a guaranteed break into him next turn. I was kind of hoping to bash the Reaper. Let's do this and see if we draw the Reaper. Yeah, okay. Alright, so now we'll full heal into the next act. Never not lucky? I mean, even if we didn't get the Reaper, it's still okay. We just don't heal quite as much. Right, so even if we get a different attack card and we don't play it, it just made us heal a bit more, but it wouldn't have made that big of a difference. We're still going to go into the next act, either full health in this case, or a little bit less than full health. So I think it's okay. Probably Fiendfire here, right? If we're trying to pare down a thin deck to be able to sort of like spam defenses, and then get some big Reapers, I think it's pretty hard to beat Fiendfire. Fiendfire also scales pretty well with some of the strength scaling. I don't think Brutality is very good here, and Bludgeon's always pretty solid, but I don't think Bludgeon necessarily pairs well with the things we have. Hard to go wrong with a Bludgeon, but I don't think we want or need a Bludgeon. Makes you think if only we got more shinies that weren't crossbows. Crossbows and throwing javelin. The other thing we learned from the last run, actually, that I think is really noteworthy is one, Men-at-Arms can come as champions. But the other thing is that, like, thinking about the champions that we would see most often from the, like, you know, beefed up nomad camps and from the beefed up noble forces, the opportunities for, like, really good shinies of both one-handed weapons of, you know, from one-handed hammers are a good one, but honestly, even one-handed cleavers and the one-handed flanged maces, knowing that those will be more available than in a vanilla run is relevant information to have that I didn't have previously. The other one that's really relevant is, again, thinking of like, and I guess this is true even in vanilla, but, you know, Blade Dancers and Executioners seem to be more present in Hardened, like in the pool of types of fights that, you know, basically the composition of the camps in Hardened tend to bias towards those units more, which makes me think we can count on both those forged armors, but also maybe sword lances, like famous sword lances, if we're target farming those areas. And so you can sort of count on target farming those named items eventually with a certain company strategy that would benefit from them, making those types of weapons a little bit more worth taking, I guess. There's more long-term payoff from just normally playing the game. You're here for Slay the Spire strats and what not to do. Hey, Hypergig, you're here at the right place. Oh, let's see. Coffee Dripper is pretty damn good with Demon Form and Reaper. I think this is like one of those relics that's overrated by me and other weak players of this game. However, I think in this particular deck, it's pretty good. You missed the end of last stream. No worries, red shirt. But yeah, run 3 ended. And bows are good, but a crossbow build is reasonably okay. I agree with that. I actually think building a couple ranged bros, not for the damage, but just to force every fight to happen on your terms, to make it so you always break the enemy formation, is super good. Because there's some fights where the ranged bros, despite kind of how busted they are still kind of bad, right? So I'm kind of leaning towards, I've got some ideas for the next run where crossbows, especially with their incredible accuracy, will be a big part of it. And the whole purpose is just to draw the enemy to us. What happened to run 3? Well, But yeah, crossbow for second wind is pretty strong. It's really the mobility issue that's the biggest issue, for sure. And that's why I think, the other thing too is thinking about the company. Like, what I'm hoping happens is that, so even though the militia perk was taken away from us in the hardened patch, the militia background still has access to it. And they also are the ones that have the highest range skill other than the poacher. So ideally, it is your militia that ends up with ranged perk group, because you can just completely surround them. There's no crowded, right, for crossbows or bows, unlike, you know, pole weapons. So that flat +8 is just insane, especially once you multiply it by entrenched and stuff like that. You missed last stream. Is playing Slay the Spire a sign, or should you not watch the VOD? Well, nude and confused. Hello. Could you give the center of the wedge all crossbows, even if they only have 55 ranged? Yeah, J7 MPGH, I think there's, you kind of need the ranged perk group to be able to do like the weapon swapping, and you kind of need now, anyway, more stats compared to previously taking out the militia perk group. So if you really want intense drama, you should watch the VOD. Yeah, basically. Okay, I think this deck is actually strong enough where we can pretty reliably heal between fights. Looking at our current strike composition, we have not done much card removes, so if we were to get the Bites event, we would take it pretty happily. Is that true? It's probably true. You know, feel the warmth of the Spire. Obviously, we would take apparitions as well to help us get it set up. So question marks are pretty good. All right, the library event and things like that as well. Generally speaking, in Act 2, I like the question marks on most characters. If I want to go to a shop, we've got here and here. I don't think we're going to go down this right path. This looks way too spooky, right? I'm not going to, given that we can't heal, right? I think the coffee dripper in this is death. So I'm going to start out going here, and then we'll just see. We'll see what happens after these two fights. So have you kept up with Slay the Spire meta? No, I haven't. I have not. So I don't know what the Slay the Spire meta looks like. So I'm not going to be very good compared to those skilled players. I think we're going to do Armaments Fiendfire here, though. And then basically end this fight. Pretty close, anyway. Should I play the Evolve? Maybe not. All right, 60 damage. That's got to be good enough, right? Yeah, I know that the streaks are insane. I just haven't followed like what the top players are doing. I've watched a little bit of like Baylor Lord, but not in a way that is all that. Let's see. I think we can actually put the bash back on top, and then he's just dead next turn. We'll take 6. That's fine. Baylor Lord. Oh man, that's a great emote. Is that one of his? Why can't I see it? That's great. We do have this at this channel, but that's actually from Battle Brothers. Kaka! Ooh, Second Wind is an excellent card. Just always, basically. We always take a Second Wind. You go to a Baylor Lord and Frost Prime. Yeah, good choices. Good choice. Okay. How much can I slow play an Avocado? I think a decent amount. So do I Armaments Demon Form? Do I think I can get all my health back? I actually think I can. Right, I don't think I need to play the regen potion or anything. We're gonna get all our health back from the Shield Parasite. Let's get rid of the Seeing Red. That feels weird. If you just Surgic Claw, it works. That's true. That's true. Oof. Let's play this. And looks like a Lindworm. Kill it. Yeah, it does look like a Lindworm. And the problem is I'm not going to be able to play the Fiendfire to get rid of the strikes anymore, which sort of sucks. Looks like an Avocado. Toast it. That's the spirit. That's the millennial way. Yeah, I think I'm going to Burning Pact the strike now. Yeah, a little bit rough. Armaments, Headbutt the Armaments. It's not very feels good. Unless I just play the Headbutt Reaper and then kill him next turn. Assuming I'm able to kill him next turn, which is, I think, pretty much guaranteed. We were promised all our life back, I know, right? No, I think I can still play the Armaments, then we're gonna Headbutt the Armaments back on top. Or maybe just... Nah, we'll do Armaments. I never trust streamer, they sit on Throne of Lies. Wise. This is a strange start to battle. Lone Wolf? It's a really weird Lone Wolf start. Okay, so as soon as we hit our Reaper, we're gonna eat this Avocado. If only there were a way for us to do just like a little bit of damage, just like a baby amount. But it's gonna heal us more to just play, right? Then we heal 16. Anything else and we do too much damage to heal less. Sort of sucked, actually. I don't think I grab another Armaments Plus. I don't think it's that unreasonable. There's a lot of really good cards to upgrade that help us get through the deck faster. Right, so the Armaments kind of helps us get into Pommel Strike, Burning Pact, Seeing Red. The fact that it's pre-upgraded, this is actually not that unreasonable, I don't think. There's a lot of really good upgrades. And I think the starting with the bottled master strategy, like I would normally almost never, ever take a second Armaments Plus. But there's enough ways to like burn skills, right, with the Burning Pact and the Second Wind, and the Fiend Fire. We've got the Master of Strategy in the first opening hand. I actually think I'm okay with doing that. And do I feel like this path is safe enough? I think so. 2 Armaments Plus and a Headbutt, you don't really need upgrades anymore. Well, true, but we're going to be upgrading because we're not doing anything else like Campfires. When's the next XCOM Longmore campaign? Well, yeah, it's awkward, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Yeah, we'll go through the question marks. I like the question marks here. Yeah, these are great. So we're definitely gonna get rid of a strike. Strike be gone. Too many armaments. Let's see. Maybe it's too many armaments, but maybe not. Haha. Look at that. So now we can Fiend Fire away all this stuff and end up with a pretty lean, mean upgrading machine to turn these defends into something tasty, just enough to block our Snake Plant pretty much every single time. So I actually don't really need the Fiend Fire to do like a tiny bit of damage, but I don't need it to do that much. If it did 50, is that okay? It's kind of hard to slow play against the Snake Plant a little bit, but we're gonna have it do just a little bit less. We're gonna get rid of those cards, I think it's okay. We'll do 40. And I'm actually not going to play the Second Wind here. This is a bad turn to get cursed by a plant. Well, do I want to get rid of the defends? These 2 defends? Not really. I could get rid of 1 and just leave 3 in the deck in total. Let's do that. You think whatever the line is not slow playing? I mean, I don't think we really have a choice. I think we can pretty well manage it here. Oof, that's not good. Oh my god. Wow. I mean, I guess that was one of the draws we could have gotten. Good lord. That sucks. That really sucks. But yeah, I mean, even if we're frail, if we're able to play 2 armaments and 2 defends, or 3 defends and an armaments each turn, we can, we can full block this, right? Which is why I'm still slow playing this, despite the fact that we're gonna get wrecked on this round. Yeah, that's okay. But we just like I said earlier, we don't have to play every card every combat, right? So let's Burning Pact away one of these armaments. I'd really like to Burning Pact away a strike. We've kind of gotten pretty bad draws. But we need this discard pile to get drawn. Man. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I could make this elite just death. That sucks. I'll love to see Slurgy attempt Hades. Oh, I've played plenty of Hades. The OG Hades. Yeah. It's a great game. Man, is the safe thing here to just play the Reaper? I hate that. I hate that. But I could die next turn, right? With a particularly bad draw of just getting 2 strikes. And we got the defense. Still gonna try to end this fight pretty fast though. So defend, second wind strike. So will I have enough damage here to kill? I think so. Right? Strike for 12. He'll get like 3 and then he'll get 4. Right, so I need to get through 24 plus 7. So I need to get through 31 and I've got 34. Okay. All right, love this power through. Power through's super good here. Very happy to see that. Let's see. Mom, Hypergig is following me. Mom! Mom! I kind of like the special relic on this event, but I think transforming 2 cards is just way better. We're just going to transform 2 strikes. There's very few cards we wouldn't want them to be transformed into that aren't strike. Those weren't great. All right, I'm really scared about this elite fight. Gremlin Leader. We're probably going to end up playing the regen potion, but let's open with our master strategy. Special relic was excellent with a 1-turn big draw on Fiend Fire. It is. It is. But I think and maybe it was correct, right? I like it, but I think I'm happier with what I did here. So let's see. We can pretty easily full block. And playing both the second wind and the power through is pretty juicy. I want to try to kill his little followers. Which I could do. All right, so we'll do this, power through. I'm probably gonna end up playing the second wind, or the Seeing Red, right? So that I can play the Fiend Fire and the second wind. I guess, is that true? I can also use the explosive pot here if I wanted to make sure I killed both of these two. I don't want to lose the second wind. I want that still in the deck, especially to go alongside with the power through. Power Through and Second Wind in a trimmed down deck is pretty damn nice. And I want to get rid of these Strikes and Defends, so I am going to do Seeing Red, and just to make sure he does his resummon, I'm actually thinking I am going to play the Explosive Pot. We're going to strike. Second Wind. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. That doesn't kill it. That's right. He's just gonna buff here. Yeah. Maybe all part of my plan? Maybe. So then what do I want to put on top for sure? Power Through? Probably just Power Through. Okay. Oof. So next round could be rough if he chooses to attack. Intimidate actually kind of okay. I'm not going to play the Reaper yet, obviously. I'm just going to Armaments. We'll get a little damage, and I think I'm going to play that. I meant to play that. That's not where I park my car. And I actually think I'm gonna. Oh my god. Since I'm gonna play the Evolve next turn, I think I might play the Power Through. All right, let's kill the fat gremlin. I think we have the tools where we should be able to block. No, I don't know. He's gonna get up to 10 strength. That's pretty high. I mean, we still have to do that line anyway, so I might just die. Nope. Saved. So he's resummoning. So we're going to put the Reaper on top for next round. We're going to get this guy low. And then we're going to get a big ol' heal. Is going to be the plan. So let's headbutt Reaper on top. And we'll do it by attacking this mad gremlin. We're going to do less damage there intentionally. Or I guess we can do the strike. So that's fine. Strike, armaments. Let's bring up a Reaper plus. And still maybe play the Power Through. Only because of Evolve. I think that's true. Just for second win purposes. And you, sirs, get reaped for a big heal. And do I kill the Mad Gremlin? He's going to attack next turn. 100%? How likely am I to be able to have lethal if I bash? Pretty reasonably likely, right? Pretty reasonably likely. How likely is it if we do a strike here and then an armaments? Less likely, but still reasonably likely. We also have a reasonable chance of being able to block and not die for sure. Wow, he's summoning again. So Splash, Pommel Strike, and we'll just second wind, and then we'll kill him next turn. Ooh, can I guaranteed kill him next turn? Is that true? No. Right, we could draw exactly defend, defend, armaments, armaments, power through. But then I guess we probably block enough, right? It's gonna be a huge attack by the Gremlin Leader. So there's like one draw, there's one particular draw that could be bad. Actually, no. We're gonna have lethal with either Wild Strike or Headbutt. So like, we only need one of them. I think we're okay to do this. Even if we have to play the 3 skills, or the, you know, among the 5 skills, yeah. All right, get out of here. Good Lord. Good Lord. I hate that I have like a really technical deck. Blood for Blood is in general a good card, but I don't think it's good here. Body Slam is in general kind of meh, but I think it's okay here. Especially going along with an Nunchaku. But I don't think it's needed in any way. Okay, just skip. Okay. And I'm feeling pretty good about Automaton. I think we can do pretty well in that fight. It'll be a pain in the ass if our demon form gets taken and, you know, in an inopportune moment. Okay. So we love card remove here. Like, we love card remove. It's our first card remove still. So we're going to get rid of a strike. Honestly, this deck is so nice and powerful for as thin as it is that, and we have tools that can deal with all of the crap that enemies throw at us to make the deck not thin, like with this Evolve that we grabbed earlier. I like Evolve as like a hedging against that. I don't know if it's correct, but it's a thing I do. Or I'm drawn to, right? But I don't have a good sense of how good it really is, but it seems okay. So we definitely card remove. Feel No Pain I think is also interesting. Kind of unnecessary though. Right, does Feel No Pain slow us down more than it helps us? Evolve is a fantastic card and a great upgrade. Yeah, it's a nice upgrade. So yeah, let's just do the card remove. And add a Feel No Pain or no? I kind of think no. Even though I love Feel No Pain. Probably too much. Like I value it higher than I know I should. No, let's just leave. And I think I like this route here because since we've got the coffee drip, or excuse me, the Ancient Tea Set and the bottled Master of Strategy, I really like the idea of Campfire directly into Elite. And would I rather have a combat than a question mark or than a campfire? Almost yes. Feel No Pain is hard to go wrong with when you have exhaust, but it could get in the way. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to go wrong. That's the thing about that. Like the choice to buy a Feel No Pain. If I wasn't thinking about it, I would think about the deck strategy and be like, okay, Feel No Pain makes sense in it, but does the deck need a Feel No Pain to pull off what it needs to do? And I think like with Power Through and Second Wind, the answer is no, actually. How easy was it to get big two-handed swords in the challenge? Nobles dropping right? Yeah, pretty easy, pretty easy. So then I'm not sure after this campfire where we're gonna upgrade something. And what do we upgrade? What could we get in our opening hand that we want to make sure we're able to play if we're not able to get one of our armaments plus? Like what's most important to upgrade here? Maybe just demon form? Yeah, demon form probably. Probably just demon form. I think it's just demon form. You're cooking up something dumb? Good. Roof and I like that. Right, like I don't think any of these upgrades are that big of a deal with our Armaments Plus. So instead of this second campfire, I'm like barely leaning towards a combat here. Is that weird? That feels weird. It feels weird. It feels weird. Yeah, we'll go this way. Mercury Hourglass is kind of cute, though, you know, I grabbed that reflexively because of how much damage it can do, and it can be really good. I think it's still slow enough damage that I'm fine with it, but the times where we're just sitting and building up strength, it's like, not always good, right? Okay. So let's armaments and we're gonna play this one for sure. Then I'm gonna power through Burning Pact, a wound. Okay. Oof. So armaments, seeing red evolved, defend plus. I mean, we're already full blocking. But I like the idea of upgrading the evolve. And we take the Taskmaster out last. Should be able to end this fight with more strength or more health than we started. Second wind's pretty important part of that. So, I mean, I guess I don't even play the defense, right? It doesn't matter. I could play the Reaper now if I think I can full block, but I don't think I can. Right, so we can't get rid of the second wind, so we've got to play the second wind and then Fiendfire. We can get rid of these cards, that's fine. Could do second wind, headbutt the second wind, Fiendfire. We're gonna be vulnerable next turn, which sucks. Second wind could kind of whiff. Maybe I headbutt power through. So I second wind, headbutt a power through Fiendfire. That's probably a little bit safer. And I'm okay killing this red slaver. Alright, so just power through demon form here. It's a lot of damage. Like a lot of damage. He's gonna entangle us here this turn. No, not yet. So we can do a lot of good blocking here. Armaments, second wind, headbutt the second wind. Do I want to get rid of all these, including the Burning Pact? I think that's okay. Yeah, there's not that many, like, terrible cards to get rid of. So do I want to leave this slaver alive one more turn? Actually, I think I do. Because I want to see if we can get a bigger reap. And I don't need the armaments anymore. Everything's upgraded. And we are full blocking, just barely. So then do I want to strike the Taskmaster? Finish him off with maybe a big Bash Reap or something. I guess the weak sort of sucks a little bit. Sure. Get up a little more, Nunchaku. Okay, so at some point, the Reaper is going to go down in value because of the Mercury Hourglass. Right now, we're healing for 29. And then I can actually full block. I think I'll just do that. Okay. Then we'll kill him in one more attack and put us Nunchaku at 8. That's pretty good. Shovel, we can dig for stuff. Dark Embrace, hey. Dark Embrace, hello. Hello. Dark Embrace, welcome. Welcome, Dark Embrace. I don't have to think too much about that. Flame Barrier looked okay, but Dark Embrace, real good. Dig? Dig. Hey, actually, I think gaining 5 max HP is like okay. We don't want to get cursed. I'm okay taking this. We've got potions that can make this. Yeah, we're fine. It's Burning Pack the Strike and then Armaments. Okay, I liked that. So now let's do Dark Embrace, Intimidate, just in case we draw the Seeing Red. Okay, and then we play the Defend Plus. And we feel good about drawing extra cards. You know, honestly, the digging is pretty good for the deck right now. I'm pretty happy with it. So let's see. Demon Form, obviously. Just Demon Form Evolve. I like what I see for next turn, so I don't think we need to bother, yeah. I think we just do this. So I'm going to upgrade the second wind, so Armaments second wind. Get rid of all the defense, which is mostly okay. We're going to draw a bunch of cards. I want to shuffle the deck anyway. So Armaments, and I'm going to play the Power Through because of Evolve in play. Calipers would be good here. Double Armor Plus, Dripper, gotta have something to do with fires. Gotta have something to do. That's true. You know, that's fair. That's fair. That's a reasonable thing. Let's see, I don't really need the bash. I mostly just want to find that second wind. Mildly tempted to play the Wild Strike first. Wild Strike, Armaments, Burn Impact. Okay, Seeing Red to draw one more card. And I don't know that there's anything too important to Headbutts on top. I think we just play the second wind, or is that true? Because if we headbutt, we gain an energy. So if I play the second wind and just put a power through on top, actually, that's pretty good. I don't want to have to play my... Man, what a terrible draw. We've gotten a lot of bad draws. I don't know how, like, actually bad draws or if it's just felt that way. But I want big reaping, right? I think we should be able to still pretty much full heal after this. I was hopeful that we'd be able to. Mystic's gonna keep healing, so do I want to upgrade the Pommel Strike before playing it? I kind of think so. So second wind help a little bit. I mean, we're gonna be able to full block next turn. Okay. All right, still this turn even. That was the best draw of all the cards here, so sure. So I want to keep the Burning Pact around. So let's play that one. Armaments is done. So let's get rid of that. So then let's play Power Through Second Wind. We're just going to keep building up. Building up strength. And Power Through is fine to play. Good boy, George. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Lovely. Let's Burning Pact the Fiendfire, because we're never going to play that. And then Power Through Second Wind. Soon we'll be able to reap to full heal, which is kind of cute. And I do want to full heal because, you know, because I want to. So let's Burning Pact some of these cards we're never going to play, like the Wild Strike. I think we're never going to play Wild Strike. So definitely Power Through Second Wind. And if we can get the deck down to 5 real cards, I think we're pretty much there. So we can get rid of the headbutt. We just need to make sure we keep one attack more than just the Reaper. That's pretty important. So it's Burning Pact the headbutt, but we're going to leave this Pommel Strike. It's very important that Pommel Strike is still here. It's very important. Pommel Strike must continue to exist. So right now, currently we're missing, let's see, 80 minus 23, 57 health. So 26 times 2 is 52. So after we account for the healing from Burning Blood, I think we're right at the turn where we can play the Reaper now. Okay, so we'll play Pommel Strike. Let's just play all these. We'll still full block because it's fun. Because he's hitting us for big and we still get to full block, which is like kind of cute, right? I guess maybe, well, whatever. He's dead now. Okay, so I wasn't willing to buy a Feel No Pain. Would I be willing to put a Feel No Pain into the deck? Would there be any consideration for Whirlwind as well? Whirlwind, not a terrible way to proc Nunchaku at the end of turns and also get some strength scaling. We don't currently have any AoE that we want to play, right? Reaper is sort of the AoE we don't want to play until it's opportunistic. Can be pretty helpful for fighting the Bronze Automaton. know. Seems like a no-brain to grab Feel No Pain. I mean, it feels like a no-brainer to get Feel No Pain, but let's be on. Let's like look at the deck holistically. Given that we have like power through Second Wind, and the whole goal is to like pair down, pair down, pair down, pair down as fast as possible, it slows us down by 1 energy and 1 card draw. Is that amount that it slows us down worse than the amount that it helps once it's in place? I'm not sure, right? I could be convinced either way. Helps smooth out bad hands, or does it? Does it smooth out bad hands, or does it make bad hands worse? Because we could have hands where it's the same hands where we don't exhaust anything that are the bad hands, right? Especially once we have Dark Embrace in play. Yeah, I think we don't grab it. I don't think it's right. I don't think it makes the deck better, actually. I think it makes it worse. I think it makes it worse in getting in place, but does it make it worse once we're established against some of the huge hits? Yeah, it makes Fiendfire usable as a block card. Yeah, okay. I think it's good enough. I think it's good enough. If you had Caltrops, if we had Caltrops. And would I rather have the Ancient Pot over one of these? Honestly, maybe. Ancient Pot could be something that we, ooh. The deck doesn't need Ritual Dagger. And it's pretty late in Act 2. It's pretty late in Act 2. Right? Realistically, how many... We'll be able to upgrade it, right? So it's going to be able to increase its damage by 5 every combat where we're able to use it. We've got 1 combat here. Even at worst, 15 damage... card that play with exhaust synergy, like even if it doesn't go for fatal, is still okay, right? Given it can replace itself with Dark Embrace or block with Feel No Pain. I think the front-loaded damage in a decent number of the Act 3 fights could actually still be relevant. I think we can still pump up the damage a decent amount to make a pretty relevant damage card. 50 gold also just like pretty good. But I'm gonna grab the Ritual Dagger. I think it's worth. I think it's worth. So given that I put Evolved Plus in play and they've got the artifacts, I'm actually going to play the Wild Strike here. Put a wound in our draw pile. I'll play it there. And we're going to Ritual Dagger one of these, by the way. Just know that that is happening. So 9 plus 8 plus 15, still not enough to kill that guy. Let's Burning Pact. Screw it, I'm not gonna play the Fiendfire. So I could headbutt something like a Power Through. and then pommel strike it. We're gonna hit pretty hard next turn by the Spheric Guardian. Okay. Dark Embrace, Seeing Red, Demon Form. Take a bunch of damage. That's all right. We're gonna reap it. At least some of it. All right, so we can upgrade our Ritual Dagger and play it. And what do we headbutt on top of the deck? I guess the armaments. Okay, so we'll armaments here. If we do play the Wild Strike, I actually think it's, well, I wish that wouldn't put us at 2 energy. Okay, so we're gonna be able to play the Reaper next turn. So let's do that one. Then we'll full heal. 16 plus 6. 13 plus 6. So we will not quite full heal. We'll be 1 shy. That's all right. How does Sever Soul look right now? Unnecessary, right? We've got Second Wind and Power Through. How does another Burning Pact look? It looks okay. Another Burning Pact looks okay. Kind of unnecessary, though. Kind of unnecessary. Full Force? Maybe wrong game. No, you're right. Full Force. Full Force. No, I think I skip. I don't think we need these. Anger is kind of Full Force. Is it? Body Slam is like Full Force. Nah, Full Force is like, oh shoot, what's the silent card? Deal 7 damage per X casting cost, 10 casting cost when 10x when upgraded. Why can I not think of the name of that card? Whirlwind is close, but I think the silent one is even closer because it's single target. Serious question, do you think you'll go back to Vanilla Battle Brothers? Do you think Harden has replaced it for you? Ooh, great question. I do think I will return to Vanilla Battle Brothers at some point, though Hardened has a lot of like quality of life things that are like addicting, right? I really think that those are great. And you know, to be honest, I think Hardened is really well designed and just a ton of fun. Finale? Yeah, Finale's like, no. What card am I thinking of? It's an X cost. It deals 7 damage per X, but upgraded it does 10. It's a silent card. Boy, that's how I know I'm rusty at the Spire. Pummel? Is it called Pummel? No, not Pummel. I'm gonna look it up. This is Skewer. 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 Hardened is very interesting. The game has much more variation than vanilla. For someone with thousands of hours in Battle Brothers, it's pretty appealing. Yeah, exactly. It's been fun to almost like get the fresh Battle Brothers experience in a way. Not exactly, but Okay, I actually think a second Burning Pact is... Given that we've got an energy relic... Nah, I don't think so. So what do I do here? Is there anything that's like really a feels good to upgrade, or would I rather just dig? But we can't play with Spear, Slurgy, and Hardened? I know. I mean, we can. And now that I've played Hardened a bit, I think there could be at least a minor place for Spears, actually. Always dig? I mean, I think we do dig. I think a deck with a bottled Master Strategy and 2 armaments plus digs. Ooh, shit. Sundial's really good. That's a great relic. All right, we are going to attempt to Ritual Dagger this Bronze Automaton. This will sound crazy, but I'm gonna get rid of the Fiend Fire. And let's headbutt one of these armaments on top. I do remember, yeah, Spear Wall was clicked. It happened. It definitely happened. All right, so we're able to play our Demon Form. Demon Form power through here. We're gonna lose the Evolve and the Intimidate. Okay. Could also make an argument for a Bash then. Oh, no. No, you can't, because I can't play it. Because I can't afford it! Just kidding, you can't make that argument. Ain't nothing like fighting a Sea of Tents in vanilla and being able to overcome all odds with a good spear and pacing. Yeah. Yeah? Good, I'm glad. Very glad. Alright, so I want to get the Evolve. And the Intimidate, to be fair. So I do want to kill these orbs, you know, reasonably quick. I'm not going to play the Reaper yet. But we're going to play it like probably midway through the battle as like a heal, maybe after the first Hyper Beam. That'd be my guess as to when it'll get played. So I don't really need the power through to be upgraded really all that much. Let's get rid of the wounds for now. Do I hang on to 1 armaments still? I think so, just barely. So armaments second wind. I need a spear hammer, a hammer on the yeah, full force spear. Hell yeah, me too. Okay, power through and second wind both in the draw pile. That's kind of nice. Spear Flurry plus full force for the ultimate fatigue neutral. It's beautiful. Alright, so let's power through second wind just to draw cards. Burning Pact the strike. And could Wild Strike, Headbutt, play the Evolve? This deck wants Barricade so badly. It'd be pretty cozy. It'd be pretty cozy. Okay, so the first Hyper Beam we're going to be just fine against. Do I want to keep the Burning Pact still around? I don't want to get rid of Pommel Strike. Or Pummel Strike, not Pommel. Oh no, Pommel. Pommel, not Pummel. Blah, blah, blah. I know how to words good. So actually, let's do this for that, and then yeah. Second Wind, we'll be able to Burning Pact. Maybe the Bash, actually. Oh, no, I can't. That was the whole point of me not doing that, was so that I could play that. I'm big dumb. Regardless, I think we've pretty much got there from a scaling perspective. Just need to make sure that Power Through Second Wind are available each time, which my way of doing that I got rid of. Well, I'm a bit of a dum-dum. But I think he's just gonna die. What's your favorite to the Spire character? I don't know. I don't really have a favorite, I don't think. Like, they're all fun. I don't know. Well, no, that's not true. They're not all fun. Watcher exists. Watcher's kind of dumb. Watcher's very unpopular for a reason. Alright, we just want to make sure we kill with the big old dagger. And can I kill him this turn? I might be able to. Let's not do it this turn. We'll kill him next turn. Nope, we'll kill him this turn. 28, 35, 38. Now I've put these are not great numbers. If I were a better Slay the Spire player, I would micro those and get them on the better numbers, right? We would get our Sundial on 2, our Nunchaku on 9. Not Slurgy. Okay. These are kind of underwhelming. I'm gonna use the restroom. And then we'll think. It's possible. Maybe Brutality? I might end up skipping. I'm not sure. I'll be back in a second. I'm back. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, all of these cards in this deck are fine. They all do something, but they all also get in the way in their own unique way, right? Brutality, especially when upgraded, does help us smooth out the stuff the deck does. It's kind of meh, right? And we don't have, like, if I had a so here's what we've not seen in shops or anything like that. The relic where you take damage and draw cards, which would make it better. We've also not seen the thing that makes you start with a buffer, which would make it worse. And those could get offered to us, right? I think the one that gives you buffer is a rare relic. And I think the one where you draw cards after taking damage is actually common. Juggernaut plus Field Plane plus Dark Pact is probably the funnier option. It's funnier, and it's very good, right? Especially with the Sundial. The problem with Juggernaut here, though, is that damage can make it so that if we're trying to do like full block to set up a big Reaper for healing up in hallway fights, you know, we just can't play Juggernaut. Like, we just can't even play it. If we do, it can make it so we're not able to do that, which is kind of annoying, right? But it would be good for like the Heart and plenty of other fights, right? You know, Juggernaut will double dip when you create block from Second Wind if you've got Feel No Pain in play. So every card exhausted procs Juggernaut twice, which is kind of cute. And then Limit Break actually makes us so that our Reaper is able to amp up faster and realistically get to some pretty obscene damage levels pretty fast after our Demon form is in play. But to the point where, do we even need that? Maybe, right? The deck doesn't scale fast enough where I feel good, for example, going into the Heart quite yet. And I think we need to think long term because the deck is already really good and the deck is really safe in Act 3, basically all throughout. And the deck is really safe, especially once we get a couple card removes from shuffle problems. So, like, none of these are really all that necessary. I have a very, very, very slight preference towards just Brutality, even though I think if I were to rank these cards independently of our current deck, I think it's probably the lowest. But I think Brutality is probably the best. Though, you know, we do have the Shovel. If the Shovel were absent, I would take Brutality because I like upgrading it with what we have going on right now. Given that we have the Shovel, I'm unlikely to upgrade this. And I think we just keep digging. So I think that I'm less inclined to grab Brutality. And so I actually kind of think, as crazy as it is, because I don't think it's a very good card, I'm going to grab Limit Break. Okay, so is there ever a situation where I think the deck can get so cramped that I'm unable to take Runic Pyramid? Because otherwise it's just Runic Pyramid. I think it's just Runic Pyramid. Fusion Hammer is kind of cute. We only dig. We do actually like the energy. Right now, Sundial still doesn't get us quite an infinite. And we could end up with an opening hand, right, where Master of Strategy draws into like Demon Form and Dark Embrace, but none of our armaments, where we do want to play both of them. So energy is not irrelevant for this deck yet. Extra cards always add risk of bad draws, but the opening strategy kind of fixes the slightly inflated deck. Yeah, Yep, I think I agree with that, Eagledub. I agree with that. Sozu is also fine. I don't, I think we actually probably could greed potions and get something a little bit better than the fire potion and have like a, you know, ancient potion plus dexterity pot. I feel pretty good about just like taking that all the way to the heart if we're able to get it. Given that we have 4 energy, I feel like Runic Pyramid's like pretty alright. I think 4 energy is fine with this deck. It's good enough. Just grab the Runic Pyramid. Runic Pyramid's really good. Runic Pyramid's just really good. Alright, so we're gonna find our Burning Elite, then we gotta trace backwards. So we can take any route on the way to there. I don't know that the deck really needs hallway fights all that badly. Truly. Right, I don't think there's no card rewards that are really all that exciting right now. It's just relics. Right, so I want to hit up shops and elites. Right, so the final path will probably look like that, most likely. So then tracing it back even further, we've got a ton of gold. We know we'll get one here. Why don't we just go this way? We'll hit up these 2 question marks and then either end up doing something like that or that. Yeah, don't forget the pieces of heart, right. Right, so that's why we're pathing through the Burning Elite. And then on this chest, we're gonna have to get our heart pieces. We may end up taking a bunch of damage and then healing it with a Reaper here. Just want to make sure we upgrade the Ritual Dagger and play it. Honestly, the Repulsor is kind of like good for the deck. In sort of a weird roundabout kind of way. So I want to get down to five cards in hand. So let's play this one, and we'll headbutt Burning Pact. Cool. Demon form. We'll go ahead and upgrade the Ritual Dagger. Can play it on the Repulsor next turn if we want to. We have that choice. And in fact, got him. Look at these weak fellas. Look at them, they're so weak. Let's start doubling our strength, because it's fun. No other reason. Just that it's fun. We may as well be strong. If we're gonna be here, we may as well be strong, right? Big numbers are better. Big numbers are better. It's just that shrimple. It's just that shrimple. Big number. Full healed. Okay. You just say shrimple? Nah, you misheard. So let's see, is bloodletting better now with we got this Runic Pyramid? That is empty. It's like a little bit better. Is second wind better? I would take a second wind. Second wind is just so good. I think especially with the Runic Pyramid, we want to be able to get through our cards. Don't really need it though. Yeah, I mean, we don't need it, but I think we could end up in kind of like tough situations where our deck gets filled with, like let's say we're fighting Nemesis and we get a bunch of like burns or things like that, or we want to fight the two Spheric Guardians and there's some bad burns or whatever. I think the second wind actually helps us in those fights, or Orb Walker, whatever this guy's called. So we still play the demon form. It's gonna be not the best, but we'll play that. So evolve second wind, headbutt. Maybe let's Burning Pact. Okay, definitely want to finish this guy with a Ritual Dagger. Let's do Armament second wind. So Dark Embrace, headbutt, a power through Seeing Red into power through second wind. Ritual Dagger still on the menu. We'll get our things up to a nice number. Armaments. Bash Ritual Dagger might get us there. Does it? It does. Look at that. Look at that. And then Chaco on 9, Sundial on 2. Just want you guys to be proud of me. Does Ghostly Armor help the deck or make it worse? I don't think we need a second power through. Right, second wind is great with the Runic Pyramid. Second power through, not so great. Pro Slay the Spire player here? Yeah, that's right. Thank you. See? Heavy Blade Plus, kind of interesting. I don't hate it, but I don't think we need it. I don't think Ghostly Armor really helps the deck that much either. I think we just skip. You begin to fall. We will happily get rid of a strike. Thank you. Okay, let's Feel No Pain, Master Strategy. Armaments to Ritual Dagger now. Sure. Okay, we're just gonna kill him. We don't have to play any more mini games. Our health is full. We're in good shape. So do I still want to play the demon form? Yeah, whatever. I don't think we needed to, but I did it. Yeah. New limit break for even more strength. We're unstoppable. So just gonna headbutt, doesn't matter. Fiend Fire that guy. keep our Sundial on 2. Block Potion over Fire Pot? I guess. And we don't care about any of those cards. So let's see, what's better between these two routes? Knowing we're going to hit up a shop here at the end. This is a free guaranteed relic. Whereas the 2 shops will let us see more relics. I'm not really all that interested in cards right now. This one gets us a question mark instead of a fight. Get the free relic. Free random relic's pretty good. I mean, hard to go wrong. But I actually think the shop is better because there's a handful of relics that we could see at the shop that I'd really like. That we have not seen. We've not seen orange pellets yet, for example. Orange pellets would be really nice with the deck, and we can play into orange pellets really easily with Runic Pyramid. So I actually think I am gonna go this way. Panic button, not bad, right? The block you gain from exhausting still counts, at least when for Feel No Pain. Jack of all trades is fine, not really all that relevant. Deep Breath's kind of interesting, honestly, with the Sundial. Especially if it gets upgraded. Could be part of an infinite pretty easily. Panacea is okay too. I think it's too late for a hand agreed. So both Panic Button and Deep Breath are pretty great. Impatience not very good with this deck. Dramatic Entrance, unnecessary. So normally this would always be Panic Button, but I think Deep Breath with the Sundial is kind of legit. Also with the way, you know, as we're drawing through our deck, we play like the Armaments Plus. Like as we're drawing through, and especially on that first draw through, we really want to like keep trying to get the important cards upgraded, which makes Deep Breath not bad. Panic Button, of course, plays well with the Panaceas. I don't think we would take both, right? I think one Panacea is pretty reasonable, but 2, I don't think so. Even though I don't think it's terrible. Honestly, Purity even is okay. Panaceas are semi-free with Dark Embrace? Correct. Right. Once Dark Embrace is in play, yes. Once Dark Embrace is in play. So I'm going to grab the Deep Breath, and I'm going to grab one Panacea. I'm not going to grab both. So there's no reason to recall now. We can recall later. May as well dig now. Bottled Flame. Do I even grab that? Is our Ritual Dagger at 40 worth bottling? Maybe? Would we ever make it Pommel Strike just to get through our deck faster? No, I kind of like the Ritual Dagger. Okay. Not that exciting of a shop here. Card removal still really good. Right, getting rid of the defense is super important to us. Relics aren't that exciting. Tungsten Rod is like good, but who's our first? Donu Deca, okay. I think card remove for sure. We just need to keep it thin. Isn't removing Wild Strike maybe better? Nah, I don't think so. I think the fact that we have the evolve means I'm kind of keen to keep the Wild Strike. Right, I think there's worlds where we like drawing this wound quite a bit, and it can be an alternative to you know, putting it in our draw pile could be relevant, right? Because we could do Wild Strike and then play Pommel Strike to draw it, and then use that to exhaust it, play it, draw, exhaust it, play it, draw, exhaust it. So I think that's kind of why I'm leaning towards keeping the Wild Strike. I think I'd rather get rid of the defense. Because I think until they're upgraded, they're kind of bad. They don't really do that much for us. Toolbox is like pretty good. There's a decent number of colorless cards that we really like. I think this deck is actually pretty happy with a ton of the colorless cards that would be offered. So if we were to grab the toolbox, then we could end up with another shop. Of one of these question marks. Which would be a little annoying because I guess we could always dodge the shop if we had to. Like if we truly just like had no money. If we got a shop here and had something we wanted. So I think spending money here is fine. Paper Frog is like okay. I'd feel better about this if we had a different form of vulnerable other than just our bash, which is like kind of not that great for us right now. Tungsten Rod's like really good in the heart fight, but I think the toolbox maybe gets our path there a little smoother, because actually I think the heart is probably fine. A spaghetti monster. Let's grab a Dark Shackles. Yeah, toolbox is great. So our whole goal in this fight against this spaghetti monster, we've got exactly one goal. You know what that goal is? No parasites. And of course we want to kill him with a Ritual Dagger. So I'm going to play this Dark Shackle here and not attack him at all. We'll keep these 5. Maybe I play this defend. Thin the deck out just a teeny tiny bit more. Okay. Danger, danger. So let's hit him with a Pommel Strike first, see what he gets. Hitting us for 38? Doesn't that seem like a lot? He's being mean. We could still basically full block it with Armaments Defend plus Power Through. Really good second wind here. So let's go Demon Form. Do I play the Deep Breath first and then second wind? I think so. Give us more energy. Ooh, let's upgrade it. Let's upgrade it. And then put a deep breath back on the draw pile? Maybe not. More parasites? Okay, this is a good attack. We like seeing this one. Dark Embrace, my beloved. Yeah, accidentally spends all mana and gets Parasite. Could happen. Ah, you trickster. The spaghetti monster is such an obnoxious enemy to fight. Okay, so I want to try to get a good Reaper and a Ritual Dagger. That's what matters. That's all I really am concerned with. Calipers would be good here. And we don't need the headbutt anymore. We don't need those upgraders. Oh, guess that didn't even, yeah, okay, sure. So, let's, if we play the Fiend Fire now, heals us for 25, so that's sufficient from a healing perspective. Whoa, 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 whoa. Reaper, sorry, Reaper, healing us for 20. And I think we basically get there. Play the Pummel Strike, play the Deep Breath, play the Pummel Strike, play the Deep Breath, play the Ritual Dagger. Nope. Play the Pummel Strike, play the Ritual Dagger. Pummel doesn't really feel necessary. So let's skip it. Sapphire Key. Then we'll fight our Burning Elite. Yo, dog, I heard you like Deep Breath. So I got a Deep Breath for your Deep Breath. Gives us a bunch of energy. Is there any secret weapon that would be good? Not really. We can breathe deeply, infinitely. I don't want the, I don't want the daggers to put too many wounds in our deck quite yet. We can handle them eventually. Okay, let's go ahead and do... No, I kind of want to keep the Intimidate in hand. Actually, I'm not sure what I want a Burning Pact. guess it's just the defend. Dark Embrace. And let's just play the bash. I guess onto one of the little kitties. And I'm gonna hang on to the intimidate. Right, because this attack, this turn is a big attack, right? So we want them to be intimidated. Do we play the deep breath? No. We like the Seeing Red. It's gonna be a big attack here. So it might just be Demon Form, defend, defend. I think we should be able to heal up pretty nicely still later, once the demon friend is in play. Casually going down to 15 health. There's our armaments. Boy, still looking to get those second wins, huh? So we need to kill them. We could limit break to double our strength and then kill with Pummel Strike one of these guys. And should be able to kill the other with something. So let's do that. Yeah, okay. So there's our second wind. So what I might do is... We'll get a good Reap next turn. I could consider just playing the armaments and doing a block potion. Pretty good potion chance. And I think that makes next turn, like, safer. And I'm not going to play the Deep Breath, because I kind of want this Evolve in play. So, Feel No Pain second wind, and we'll be able to get the Evolve in play. I don't think there's any risk of us dying with this line, because we always have the Reaper if we had to. No, we've got enough block here. So Evolve and Pummel Strike here. Hello gang, is this the second run today? This is the first Slay the Spire run. Hello Lost Guardian. Oh, I don't want to have to Reaper here, but I guess I do. How annoying! So we could headbutt something on top to play after the Reaper. Nothing good though. Must be going relatively well. We've got Reptomancer here. He's being mean. He's picking on me. No, I think we're gonna end up needing to do the Reaper. So I think it's gonna be limit break, and then just like whatever into Reaper. When are we gonna have a no shops run a Slay the Spire? That's not an unreasonable prospect. No shops is an extra layer to the difficulty. It's quite a bit more difficult. So yeah, I think we just go up to 24 strength. I hate that we're weakened right now. I really don't want to play the Reaper on this turn. There's kind of no way around it though, is there? I don't think there's any line other than playing the Reaper. I don't know why I'm dodging doing this. It's just because I don't want to. It's the only line. And even that puts us really low, right? Because we'll kill this. We'll heal up for... Oh... 17 plus 18. I mean, heal up for like an okay amount. Or 17 plus 16. But still kind of a feels bad. All right, so let's headbutt the limit break on top. Play the limit break. We're gonna ritual dagger next turn. Can I avoid putting? Let's do this to put Sundial on 2. And we're gonna end up putting Nunchaku on 0. Oh well. So Nunchaku's on 0. It doesn't have to be 0. It can be 2. Alright, so we're ending that fight with low health, which I don't love. Could have attacked instead of blocking, still gets 5 more health. Was there a line I missed? There may have been. Seems probable. I don't think Ghostly Armor helps us still. Second Evolve, no good. We're happy with just the one. Whispering Voices. Madness aren't awful, but I don't think we want it. Losing 4 max HP is probably just the line. There's cute stuff that Madness lets us do, but we have very little control over it with the with the Runic Pyramid. Curse Word, hello, hello. I feel like we take the heal here, we can exhaust the curse easily enough. Yeah, but it's another card in the deck, right? Would turn 1 of any of the elites in Act 3 be an issue? Nemesis, I guess, could be a problem. Oh, maybe it is heal. I don't like being at 26 here. Very rarely choose that option. Ah, it's a shop. Oh my. I see a lot of things here I like. Abacus actually pretty good here. Not necessary, but like cute. Right, Abacus going pretty well with our Deep Breath. I like card remove to remove the curse. Dark Shackles is always good. Dark Shackle's not quite as good against Dono and Deca, but that's kind of whatever. It's also not that good against Spire and Shield. I suppose the only fight it's even good against is the Heart. And on the turn when it's good, we might not have it. Maybe Dark Shackles isn't worth picking up here, even though I often purchase a Dark Shackles. When I see Dark Shackles, I buy Dark Shackles. I think we card remove. I think that's pretty much a given. So I think we just leave. I'm happy to trip a giant head. So let's play this one, let's play this one. And then we're gonna go down to 5 cards. So defend, trip, Wild Strike. Four cards, still fine. Okay. Armaments, Dark Embrace, Seeing Red. Intimidate. Demon Form. Let's headbutt the trip? I think I headbutt the trip. We like tripping a giant head. We're not just going to apply 2 vulnerable to the giant head. We're going to apply it to everyone. Okay, so he's already tripped such immersion. Right, look at him. How does one trip a giant head? Look at him, he's on the ground. Does he not look tripped? Does he not look tripped? He looks tripped to me. So I could do defend and Reaper. Would be pretty good. It'll get us pretty close to full healed, right? Because it'll go up, I don't know, from 14 to something. Question mark amount of health. Yeah, we're gonna be pretty close to full healed. This is all right. So let's do Burning Pact on something. I think on the Fiend Fire, because I want to end with a Ritual Dagger. Oops, this one. Deep Breath. Limit Break. So now we're going to power through Second Wind to 130. We're going to trip him again. He's been tripped. 158. So let's go Wild Strike and then headbutt a... I guess it doesn't matter. Something on top. Maybe... Power through, actually? Or maybe I just armaments. Some unupgraded cards here, huh? And then we headbutt... Second Wind? Okay, so let's trip him. Burning Pact away, like the headbutt at this point. Or even the bash. He's got 4 vulnerable. Let's get rid of that. And power through Second Wind. Trip, Deep Breath to draw it. Pummel Strike. Deep Breath. Pummel Strike. Deep Breath. Pummel Strike. Deep Breath. Pummel Strike. Deep Breath. Ritual Killing of the Giant Head. Anchor! Anchor pretty nice here. Bloodletting and Seeing Red are both here. Are Bloodletting or Seeing Red either worthy additions to the deck? No? Doesn't really seem necessary on either count. I'd lean lightly towards Seeing Red over Bloodletting, I think. But I don't think adding them make the deck better. So do I still go to a shop? We do have our card remove at 150, so we could remove one more card. This will get rid of our ability to do that in the Act 4 shop. I'm pretty keen to just do card remove in the Act 4 shop, or at least see more options. I think we're pretty good for Act 3 elites. Like I'm not too worried about Donu Deka or anything. 150 card removal seems hardly worth it at this point. You exhaust stuff anyway. Actually, I disagree with that, Real Tracer. I think the opposite is true. And the reason the opposite is true is the only thing this deck needs is to set up. So removing cards makes it so that we can set up. As soon as we're set up, we're good, right? I think this deck has basically already won the run, actually, as long as I don't make any misplays. So, no pressure. But removing cards could be like a way of making it so that misplays are less likely to happen. Or also, you know, I am only human. Compared to a relic or so? Yeah, no, even compared to a relic, I like the card remove. I like the card remove. There's our demon friend. There's our demon friend. Not that we really need him, but we'll take him. Okay, so do we have lethal in hand right now? No, because he's not vulnerable anymore. Finesse, Dark Embrace, Power Through, Second Wind. Hello, little team. Hello. The pups are coming to say hi. You love to see it. They're good dogs. Susan's getting some good scritches right now. The girl loves a good scritch. Actually, that's not even true. She's not, she doesn't really care for scritches that much. Okay, so let's do our second wind so that we put Sundial on 2, and then we'll play 2 attacks. So we'll do this one, and we'll do this one. Duplication Potion, sure. You left and come back in infinite? You left and come back in infinite. Rage Plus, not a bad card. Could be used with Pommel Strike and something. Right, Pommel Strike and like a Deep Breath. to create block as we're just beating on the heart infinitely at the end of a fight, or at the end of the Act 4 act. Right now, as far as like infinites are concerned, as soon as we pare down our deck, Pommel Strike and Deep Breath is our only option in hand, right? We can sometimes get additional options with Toolbox. That's the only one that's like truly sustainable from an energy perspective. We also have like Power Through Second Wind, but that doesn't quite work with the Sundial. However, these do, pretty much. So I kind of feel like actually Rage Plus is pretty okay. I think I'm okay adding that to the deck. It coming upgraded is kind of nice. So then we're going to grab our final key to fight the heart. And we take on Donu Deka. Let's see. Feel no pain before the Master of Strategy? I guess so. Let's play the armaments so that we can Deep Breath for energy. And then we can Deep Breath a Deep Breath. Yo dog. Demon form. They've got so much artifact, I'm kind of keen to just Burning Pact away the bash. We definitely want to play Evolve so that we don't get our deck filled with dazeds that hurt us. So let's just do that. So I think we just play cards down to draw 5. So we can do Evolve, Rage, Panacea, Wild Strike? And I don't know that it really matters which one we kill first, Donu or Deka. If we had Feed, I would definitely make sure Feed got played on Donu because he's a donut, and that's fun. Honestly, I think killing Donu is probably right. Because we don't care as much about the dazed, right? So pretty happy to Deep Breath for energy, I think. Rage. Just play the Limit Break. Power Through Second Wind. Then we'll draw a bunch of cards. At this point, we just want to find our Dark Embrace. There it is. Alright, so Dark Embrace. Pretty nice. Okay. So I don't think we're even going to need to bother with Reapering. I think we've pretty much done it. So now we just need to make sure we can Pommel Strike and do some sort of goofy infinite. So let's do Rage into this second win, and I think we're pretty much there. Dirk Pitt? Hello, hello. Reaper, I barely know her. That's right. Or something like that. I regret that phrasing. It's a little fair. You're allowed to, you know what? Reasonable. So I think we pretty much got there. I think the Deep Breath and Pommel Strike are there, where I think I can just Second Wind, and I'm pretty sure we're fully there. So thank you, Sundial. Glad I picked that one up. Infinite. Infinite. So we're just going to use the Ritual Dagger to take out this donut. Got him. Pommel Plus giving 2 shuffles is a bit silly. Agreed. But I don't make the rules. So for those that don't know what just now I'm talking about, so if you look at the Sundial, so every 3 times you shuffle the draw pile, when we play Pommel Strike, it goes up to 2, because it drew 2 cards, but it actually whiffed on the second one because it can't draw itself because it doesn't put itself in the discard pile yet. So, no, it's Pommel Strike that's doing the 2. And then we could finish off with a Fiend Fire to put an Nunchaku on 9 and Sundial on 2. And who do we fight next? Time Eater. So here we just want to make sure we get our strength scaling. Obviously the infinites are going to be a little bit tenuous. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a goofy interaction. It's like when you draw 2 cards. Yeah. Let's see. Violence also kind of okay, because then we just like put those attacks into our hand. And we get to our better cards faster, though, then we have to play them. And we have to get to our powers as soon as possible. What gets us to our powers as soon as possible? Does violence get us to our powers faster? It might, actually. Well, there's one of them. So let's play Master Strategy. Demon Form. Second Wind. We don't really care about the Panacea. Right? He's just going to make us draw less cards, and I don't know that we care that much. Two is the max, though. A card that says draw 3 still on the Increment style, too. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Insane Killer, 013. I could also just kind of eat it. Now, we'll just stick it to only playing 3 cards here on this particular round. Goodbye, Violence. Company. Burning Pact, the Wild Strike, because we want to get the deck thinned down. No Deep Breath on this turn. We play 1 Defend for sure. Do I play the second Defend? I don't think so. We'll take a little damage here, but that's okay. We're going to get some scaling going with Reaper. It's going to be the plan. The Limit Break's going to help us here. Alright, so Armaments on Evolve is okay, but not really necessary. We mostly want to get the Armaments on the Limit Break. So I could do Armaments, Rage, Pommel Strike Plus. Could do Rage, regular Pommel Strike, but I think I want to draw more cards. And I'm okay playing down. We're going to get an extra energy, so we're going to be able to use a lot of energy if we want. So let's do this, this, this. Cool. So are there 4 cards that I want to play here? Armaments, Evolve, Limit Break, Defend? I think so. Never Punished? Yeah. We'd have to do Deep Breath because we don't have enough energy, but that's okay. So Armaments, Limit Break. Actually, we could do Armaments, Limit Break, Deep Breath to put Limit Break back in the draw pile. I'm kind of okay with that. Tim spotted fun and came to ruin it. True. Tim does that. So I think, yeah, armaments, limit break, deep breath, defend. Okay. Limit break, second wind. Limit break, pommel strike first. We still actually haven't gotten our dark embrace and feel no pain in play. Limit break, evolve. Pommel strike. Limit break, evolve. Burning pact to defend. Limit break, evolve. Burning pact to the fiend fire because we want to finish him with a ritual dagger. Boy. Let's do that one. So limit break, evolve, burning pact, the fiend fire. Ooh. Intimidate second wind is 2 cards, but it's not bad. Let's do it that way. And we still got 1 armaments, yeah, in the draw pile. We're very strong. We're a very strong ironclad. So I want to make sure we draw down, but also don't, let's see. We have 7 more cards. We could do these 3, leave us with 4 to play next turn. I think that's all right. Good lord. 51, doesn't that seem like a lot? It's kind of mean. So if we rage, second wind, headbutt the second wind, pommel strike, then that's too many cards. So we could second wind, headbutt the second wind, pommel strike, second wind. Could also just second wind, see what it draw. I guess we kind of can look. We're going to be able to heal up a whole bunch of those. Slay the Spire? Slay the Spire. Armament's second wind is still an awful lot of block. It's like a lot of block. Because of Feel No Pain. So we can Burning Pact away a Headbutt. We've got the deck pretty thin already. We just need to play like Limit Break, a couple more times, right? In fact, we could play Limit Break and then just Deep Breath it. And I'm kind of okay with that. We're getting pretty close to a big Reaper. And it's not going to be too long till we can just like Limit Break a couple more times and then, you know, multiplicative, geometric series, scaling. Goes pretty hard. So let's just do that. All right, so now we're going to do another Limit Break. Limits are being broken right now. I don't know if you guys caught that. Oh, Limit Break! There you are. We just need to make sure we play Reaper. Wow, I guess we play Reaper now? He's not even going to be able to say he never liked us. So deep breath to put Sundial on 2. 365 damage. Ritual slaying of Tim the Time Eater. And now we move on to the Heart of the Spire. The Twitch integration is that working? I didn't even check. It's working? That's wonderful. Never watched a stream of this before? Oh, good. Last time I tried, so what's funny is I left the mods as is, but last time I tried this, it actually didn't work. Fun fact, I never liked you was specifically for the Watcher. He calls everyone else foolish. Oh, never liked you. That's because in previous incarnations, only the Watcher was able to make it to Act 3. Everyone else just perished on the way there. Okay, I don't think I smith. I don't think I upgrade anything. I'm pretty sure we dig. None of these upgrades are all that exciting. Let's find a random relic. It's fun. 10 hit points. Okay. The Watcher and the Snail are from the same clan or background. Their robes are similar. What? We're getting some deep Slay the Spire lore here. Shard just in time. So there is one real benefit to the Shard that's not totally a meme, is that the minus strength from the Spear and Shield, doesn't that change to being randomly between strength, dex, and focus once you have the Prismatic Shard or something crazy like that? Am I making this up? Focus 50-50, yes? Okay. That is edge knowledge, and I like it. You know how we like edge knowledge. I could also just simply remove defend or even bash, which is a rarity. But every once in a while, removing bash is relevant. What tools do we need to make sure that the heart fight is successful? Not that much. We could still get kind of a bricked few draws. I think we like the potions as they are. Let's just remove a card, and honestly, I think Bash might be the play. Right, because the only time we really care about... So Bash isn't going to help us against Spear and Shield at all. We can't exhaust it with Second Wind. And against the Heart, we either play it early on and probably not upgraded, and apply just a little bit of Vulnerable in a time where we're not doing that much damage, and then he's going to get his artifact charges later on. I think we just remove Bash. I don't do that very frequently. But here we are. We have a Master of Strategy, but we could get another Master of Strategy. Okay. So we're gonna play this other Master of Strategy, so let's get ourselves down to 7 cards in hand. Okay, so Second Wind can be for next turn. If we can find some more sources of damage, we could nearly kill the shield, but yeah, it's gonna be kind of hard to get there. But we've got the Second Wind and the Power Through in hand, so we're pretty good. Yeah, 70 damage Ritual Dagger, not too bad, not too bad. We kind of don't need the Limit Break, so I could maybe be convinced to Burning Pact it away. But maybe we hang on to the Burning Pact. Maybe I just play like Armaments and Wild Strike past the turn. Power Through and Second Wind should be all the block we need for the huge attack next turn. So do I need the Seeing Red? Maybe not. So we'll go like this. All right, so this will disappear. We'll get a couple burns on top of our deck. But we're just gonna whisk them away. So power through Second Wind. Or do I want a Burning Pact to try to see more? I do want to play the Evolve. I guess it's not that important. It's not really that important to play the Evolve as long as we get the Dark Embrace in play. So we'll do power through Second Wind. So goodbye Limit Break. So if I headbutt... What? 69 block? Nice. Yeah, 14 plus 75, not quite enough to kill this guy. We could get lucky with something we hit from Deep Breath. But I kind of want to get the Dark Embrace in play. It's a lot of damage, though. It's going to be a while before Reaper catches up to that. I could just play the Duplication Potion. But I don't really want to. Do I have to play the Duplication Potion? I don't think I have to. Pretty much can rely on Reaper to outpace them, but I don't know, it's kind of annoying. Just in time for your favorite character, Ironclad? Good choice. Let's see what Deep Breath draws, and if it's not favorable... Yeah, it's not enough damage. Right, even if I play the armaments. 19, 10, 75. Nah, not quite. Ah, screw it. And I'm pretty sure that still increases the damage, right? No, I guess not, because the first attack didn't kill it. Scammed. I feel scammed. I didn't know how that interaction would work. Now I know. It did? It was 70? Was it? Was it? Are you sure? I guess we'll never know. I guess did just say it. Alright, I'm convinced. Okay, let's upgrade this Pommel Strike. Deep Breath. Pommel Strike. Deep Breath. Pommel Strike. You think you fished your Dream Squad? Nice! I would be interested in seeing what you've got. You're not super well versed in dagger shenanigans, but I'm pretty sure it's dual wield and omniscience that get squirrely. Okay. Ooh, Centennial Puzzle, pretty nice. I don't think we need a drop kick. And no reason for us to shrug, so. So just gonna attack the heart and clear and then tomorrow I go, huh, I don't remember doing that run. No, I'll remember. I don't remember a random run from last week. Okay, that's it. It's just a random. I don't know. I don't think I take Shrug. There's no need for dropkick. Double tap doesn't need to do anything. I think we just skip. Yeah, Bash isn't even in the deck. That's true. That's true. That's true. So Ancient Pot will be relevant for just blocking a status, I suppose. I don't really care about Impatience. That's so we just have attacks in our hands. Enlightenment doesn't really help us in any way at all. Not much, anyway. Pretty much only helps us with Demon Form, then it's in the way. Let's go Jack of all trades. Okay. So let's do Jack of all trades and then upgrade whatever it creates with armaments. Secret weapon. Or I could just do the ritual dagger now. That's probably smart. Right, so we're not vulnerable, which is pretty nice. So we're gonna draw cards with Centennial Puzzle unless we get a little bit of block. So let's get a little bit to at least get some value from that. And Rage seems okay here. We can Rage Pommel Strike Seeing Red. Yeah. Ooh, Feel No Pain Seeing Red. Any attacks I want to put in the hand? You know what's funny is that Fiendfire, how many times total have I played Fiendfire this entire run? Is the answer 0? I hope it's not 0, that's embarrassing. Boy, I kind of want to upgrade this Intimidate to weaken him next turn. At least twice. I played it once against a cultist early on. And I played it against, it was either Avocado or, I think it might have been Avocado, or the Plant Dude. And I think that was it. It might have been the only 2 times I played it. Anyway. Let's Burning Pact away Wild Strike. We're gonna play at least this Intimidate. We have Deep Breath if I want more energy. Right. Because I want to play the Evolve and the Second Wind. So let's do that. I'm saying goodbye to Power Through. I think that's okay. Because we still have Rage, right? Because we can do Rage to infinitely go, you know, do shenanigans with Pommel Strike and Deep Breath. So we don't need Headbutt anymore. Okay. So if I play the Pommel Strike, yeah, let's play that one. And then I'll play the second wind. We don't need to upgrade any of these, right? No, we're good. All right, and I think we're basically there. So Rage, Deep Breath, Pommel Strike. Deep Breath, Pommel Strike. Deep Breath. Technically, we could do another Rage here if we wanted, just for funsies. Pommel Strike. Deep Breath. Pommel Strike. Deep Breath. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in. Reaper question mark? Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. I guess I could have saved the Reaper to end the run with full health. FOD goblins skip 1 hour? No. We're going to gain 3 strength next turn. It'll be faster. Victory lap? I mean, we need to do it, right? I mean... So, Rage, Pommel Strike, Deep Breath, Pommel Strike, Deep Breath, Pommel Strike. GG, Mr. Hart. All right, off to a solid start. I might actually, well, I don't know. Nah, I'm gonna do rotating. I was gonna say I might even just do Ironclad again, because I kind of had fun with this run, but nah. Say GG? Well, you know the correct way to say GG. I too enjoy Baylor Lord. GG! Right? He does something like that. GG. Ironclad's always the best answer. Nah, I like Silent too. So I feel like playing one character for a little while could be pretty interesting, right? I do plan on probably sometime in March. I'll play more Slay the Spire before Slay the Spire 2 is released, and it could be interesting to do like a few days per character or like a week per character or whatever. You've done it? Yeah. Real gamers exhaust their hand with the final blow? Ooh, that's true. Real gamers... That's true. Let's see, is there any way of like... I can always... But I always have one in my draw pile. Well... Be gone with ye cards. Adios, Mr. Hart. Slay the Spire, no chance. Well, someone was saying earlier, just don't enter a shop. Which would make it quite a bit more difficult. Can make it quite a bit. 24/7 watcher for 3 weeks? That sounds terrible. Okay. Now what? Has it been done? The Spire sleeps and I ain't sleeping yet. So, cool. I'm actually, it was not on stream or whatever, but I did a random run last week, so we're on at least a 2 streak. Cool. All right, let's do the silent. Hey, thank you, MetaWrecker. Much appreciated. Okay, so. Here we are, back in Act 1 again. No elite sniping possible, with enemies have 1 HP. I think with Silent that can be like, kind of legitimate. Have you read any of the Niao's letter content for Slay the Spire 2? No, I haven't. I should. I should. I care about the contents of the Niao's letter. I've liked the ones in the past. I'd like to know more about Slay the Spire 2. I'm gonna do that after this run. Lose all gold for random rare relic is okay. Some rare relics are super good. But I don't like that color. Right, so if I did that, we can avoid spending gold. We get tons of card reward options this way. And then like a late Act 1 Elite. Could possibly even pass through this one if the deck's got some really good stuff within the first 4 cards, or for 4 hallway fights. So I think for Slay the Spire 2, I know that it's going to be Ironclad and Silent, and I know the other one is like a big hand, like a necromantic hand. I don't think I've read anything about the 4th character. I don't know anything about it. What's it called? What's its theme? What's its shtick? Random rare card can be kind of fun on Silent though. I think most of the random rare cards for Silent are actually pretty good. Right? Are there any bricks? Like total bricks? I don't think so. Right? Nightmare is really bad in Act 1, but it's so good later. Envenom is kind of bad, but it's still like workable. All the other ones are pretty good. Surprise, all 4 characters in Slay the Spire 2 are Watcher remixes. No. Yeah, I think random rare card is actually pretty good for Silent. Glass Knife is so good. This card is excellent starter, like card to start with. Okay. 16 damage, and then if we upgrade it, it's a 24 damage attack. How good is that? That's so good. It's much better upgraded. No way to get to a campfire before any of these elites. That's too bad. So we're gonna upgrade it, and then we're for sure gonna be able to fight a late Act 1 Elite. It's a good good rare card to have for Slime Boss. Okay. The other character is a creature from the stars that came to the Spire because it was bored. It scales off colorless cards and can randomly spawn, and also has a pet mechanic with its massive sword. And no, that's not a euphemism. Can it be? What if I would like it to be? Come on, Glass Knife. Get in here. Get in here and have some fun. Gonna try to avoid taking any damage against Jawworm if we can help it, and we can. Nice. You love fighting Jawworm with no damage taken. Poison Stab is pretty good. I like floor 1 Poison Stab, just generally. Outmaneuver can be a potential tool in future draw shenanigan infinites. I actually think Outmaneuver is like a pretty sweet card. I've always liked it. But I think Poison Stab's pretty good. Poison Stab and Skull, you love Poison decks? Yeah. I mean, it's good for no matter what the deck wants to do later. Right? Sometimes you just want to get rid of artifact charges so that you can apply Neutralize. Other times you can get like Catalyst and stuff. I think Poison Stab's a good start. I don't really need to worry about like taking attack commons because we're only realistically gonna possibly fight 1 Elite in Act 1 based on the paths available to us. And I think Gremlin Knob is not a problem with Glass Knife in the deck. So there's no reason to like try to force, you know, basic attack commons to make sure we don't die to Knob or anything like that. So we can do things like, for example, take Piercing Wail and feel pretty good about it. They're going to replace boss relics with other ancient ones like Niao that give you different rewards. Oh. Yeah, I have a ton of trust in the designers for Slay the Spire 2. to make something good. I'm sure I'm gonna like their soup. It's pretty exciting. They may not think it's exciting. I think it's exciting. Ooh. See acrobatics, take acrobatics, or I generally ascribe to that. There's a lot of cute thin deck, infinite adjacent type stuff you can do with acro. I like to get acro as a setup for, you know, sneaky strike, for example. I'll even take sneaky strike before acro for sure. Escape plan's also pretty decent. All right, I think escape plan is better in the deck right now. The only time this like becomes bad is not like really bad. Pretty much isn't until like Time Meter. It's fine against the heart. Not so great against the Chosen in Act 2. Not good against the Knob, but good in every other fight. I think a good Slay the Spire player probably takes acrobatics here, but I don't think that's me. I think escape plan is just like a little bit cozy too. I like acro, but I'm gonna grab escape plan. That's so beautiful. Okay, let's not take any damage. There's no reason. Let's keep it clean. The amount of block generated by escape plan so far is 0. Poison potion. Better than Essence of Steel. Deadly poison, I think, pretty good here. Blade Dance is fine, but I'd rather have Deadly Poison, I think. How do I feel about this elite now? And taking 2 elites in this act. We've got pretty good potions. We're actually kind of bad against sentries. Health is good. I think this is actually okay. I think this route's fine. I think we got good enough card rewards in the first 4 hallway fights and didn't take any hit point damage and got pretty good potions. No, I don't even know what Parkso's. Is this Parkso? Is this a real thing? Or you guys, is this a joke on Darkso? Or is this a real thing? I'm not even sure I understand. All right, I think I'm gonna remove a card, and boy, this is all a joke. Okay, I didn't know. I thought maybe this was a real mod. I don't know. I don't follow Slay the Spire like universe, you know, very closely. You don't know what a Parks. There's the mod for Battle Brothers I've been playing is by a person named Darkso. I'm gonna get rid of a strike. I think I could go either way there, but I'm barely leaning towards the strike. The only time it's bad is against Gremlin Knob. So let's go ahead and poison him now. We're gonna take some damage in this fight, right? I'm hoping to not get hit by the 24. That's what I'm hoping to avoid. We're gonna get hit by the 24. All right, so he's gonna take 8 damage this turn. So it's gonna put him down to 50. Right, so actually let's do the math on this. I think this is worth doing. So we've got 8 damage this turn and then 7 next turn from the poison. Plus 3, plus 6, plus 5, plus 16. 45 damage. So even if I were to play the escape plan, Is there any way I could redraw that would be lethal on the turn where we get hit for 24? I think the answer is only if escape plan draws glass knife and then we get to play glass knife again. So I guess I just eat 8, eat 24, and then he's dead the turn after. Escape into poison? I don't think that actually does get us there. Could use the other block potion in the next round if I feel like that'll make us more likely to be able to take a second elite. I might do that. Potion chance will be garbage, but gotta play Parks' mod. Slay the Spire reshuffled with the sub mod sleeved. Right, now do I play this deadly poison? Right, so we're gonna take 7, he's gonna take 7 plus 6. So we would need 12 damage if we don't play the deadly poison. Decent number of forms of 12 damage here. Pretty likely, right? He's weakened, so if I think it's that likely, I should play the defend. Easy. Can you still stack poison until at rounding errors? That was fun to do back in the day. Yeah, I think so. Never not lucky. I mean, we just needed any attack card. Or, yeah, that's true. We did get lucky. Blur's like, okay. This guy's your favorite. Well, this is a lady. Silent is a lady. But yeah, she's fun. She's fun. Let's go blur. I think a blur is fine. Random question Thursday, are you gonna enjoy or Faster the Light or Into the Breach? I feel like they'd be up here. Yeah, I love both of those games. They're great. I'm not very good at either, but I enjoy both. Let's see. Let's just do an absolute monstrous amount of damage to this Jawworm. How about? FTL is big vibe. Yeah, I love the music from FTL. Ben Prunty. I think that's his name. Let's do a deadly poison and he'll die next turn. I think let's guarantee it, even if he gets a bunch of block. She doesn't talk too much, so it's hard to tell. That's true. And to be fair, I think if you get the silly mask, you still sound like caw, no matter who you are. So like, it's a pretty masculine sounding caw. Okay, let's try to get Happy Flower rotated again. Ah, no! I thought I took 3 damage for no reason. That was sloppy. I thought I played the Survivor. Whoops. Well, I got Happy Flower on a better number. I'll need to take damage. Cool. All right, slow down. Slow down, Slow G. Yeah, we like Molneg. Ugh. You know what we don't like is this fight, but we do like Piercing Wail. So Piercing Wail for sure. And 9 plus 3 plus 6 will get us there on one of these fat gremlins. So we'll go on that one. I guess I could have done a granular improvement there by doing 15 here and then 3 there. Okay, so Glass Knife, Shield Gremlin, Deadly Poison, this nerd. Could also just do all damage on Mad Gremlin. This is probably better. I think this is slightly safer. Okay. I'm sick of being frail and weak. So we're gonna try to bring Happy Flower back up to 2. Happy Flower on 2 is very happy number. Especially for Silent. Happy Flower is like really good on Silent. Getting that extra energy and making sure that it happens on the first turn of combat is just so good. It's so good. So let's see. I feel like we need some damage. Slice ain't it. I like Deflect generally. I think 1 Deflect is like pretty good in the deck. I feel like damage is pretty terrible right now for the Slime Boss. Right, our damage is pretty garbage for Slime Boss. No shop to try to get like a Fire Pot or anything like that. Right now Slime Boss has me worried. Deflect doesn't really help that much, but it doesn't hurt that much either. Still take it, but don't like it. And I think 2 upgrades, still pretty good here. So what's the play here? We know the next elite fight's either going to be Sentries or Lagavulin. I could kind of be convinced to upgrade Deadly Poison or Poison Stab, but Burst is also... it's fun. It's probably just Burst. I think it's just good enough to be the best choice now, and it's definitely going to be the best choice later. Alright, let's get rid of their artifact charges. And we'll focus damage on the low HP one back there. We'll take 1. And let's see. Strike Survivor or Defend Survivor? I think Defend Survivor because Glass Knife's going to be lethal anyway. I think if we didn't have Glass Knife, I would do the other line. Yeah, so Glass Knife here. And oof. Burst to neutralize, huh? Deadly Poison and Defend is a bit tough. I'm actually going to lean just barely towards the Deadly Poison here. Okay, we have 1 billion Defend anyway. Okay, do I do 2 strikes here? Probably not, but let's just confirm. Right, so 12 and then -2, -1. That's tempting. Right, my instinct by default is just like, let's do Blur Defend Strike. But if we do Strike on this guy, we've got 3 poison damage in total that we can do, which will put him down to 16. And then the 12, which will put him down to 4, essentially. Meaning any attack kills. If we don't do the second strike, right? And we just do the 1, then both strike and deadly poison would not be lethal, but poison stab and glass knife still would be. 1 and 1 make 2, 2 and 1 make 3. It's destiny. That's right. Little Tenacious D. Tenacious D. But I guess if we full block, we can eat that next hit anyway. Let's do this. Okay. So do I put both defends back in the draw pile before playing Escape Plan? I think so. That's one of them, maybe. Oh my goodness. Okay. I didn't expect to kill on that turn. Ooh, should I have killed? No, probably should have pumped up Happy Flower because I could block as well. That's a misplay. I hate 1,000 Cuts, and I don't think it's a good card. But it could help us against Slime Boss, and it does pair well with Burst and Escape Plan that we've already taken. Terror also pretty okay to make Glass Knife hit hard if we can time it on his split turn, or like on the turn where we play it. Yay Cuts. It's not very good. It pairs well with Shivs. I mean, it also pairs well with, again, like Burst and Escape Plan, which we have, right? Burst, Escape Plan, and Deflect. In general, I like Sneaky Strike, and it comes upgraded, but we don't have anything to set it up. I did not take the Acrobatics earlier. Terror high rolls better against Slime Boss. 1,000 Cuts probably slightly more consistent. I'm very worried about Slime Boss. Yeah, we can upgrade it and it does 2 damage. It's one of the better upgrades. We're gonna get 2 campfires. I'm kind of worried we have to rest on both of them. But I also kind of want to upgrade 1,000 Cuts. And we'll rest on the next one. Whoa. Whoa. That was a bad time to right click. Okay, there it goes. I would love to take Warped Tongs, but damn, it's just probably asking too much out of the deck to take it. I think it's just too easy to rip into Slime Boss if we take the Warped Tongs. And upgrading Neutralize is probably just better. I think this is more reliable. We have to rest here. 20 HP is way too low into this fight. I feel good that we got the Explosive Pot though. So we do Deadly Poison and the Neutralize, I guess. Do I play the Glass Knife here? Right, so we have to ask ourselves the honest question. Is Slime Boss gonna get split before his attack? And the answer is no. Like, definitively. Just looking at the draw pile, the damage here isn't enough. So I think saving Glass Knife's durability for this fight to try to set up a better split means we just do 2 strikes. Oh boy. We're gonna have a real rough turn next turn, huh? We're getting an extra Happy Flower. It's gonna be a very unhappy little silent here. So do I play the 1,000 Cuts or do I do Defend, Piercing Wail? And strike, right? It depends on how likely I think it is that I can get him at a good number to split him before his next attack. Yeah, also saving Whale for the splits is pretty good. I think the likelihood of a bad... I think 1,000 Cuts helps us set up for a better split. Like on the turn before it happens. And I think I like saving the Piercing Wail, so we're just gonna take an absolute monstrous amount of damage here. So, do I play another card here? So let's think. So he's at 96. So the poison will take, it'll put him at 86. And it's gonna be a 9 poison. So I think I wait. I don't think I play another card in case we don't want to split him on this next turn. Yeah, so like we don't want to play a card here. Right, so we're gonna attack him next round. We can't even get rid of the slime. Because that'll put him at 75. I could potentially go all in with a strike slimed. But I think there's other high damage sources. We left the Glass Knife untouched. So I think this is better. And we get more energy with Happy Flower. Not the best. And we have to go in. It's not that bad though. I mean, I like that we got Blur. You love 1,000 Cuts? I don't. I know, that's true, you do know. I could Burst, Defend, and then Poison Stab, Spike Slime, and get a huge attack with the Glass Knife next turn, and just take him out. That's my inclination, rightly or wrongly. It's pretty good. So I don't think I need to do an attack on him because we're just going to kill him with the 1,000 Cuts next turn. So we don't care that he splits. Right, so So 28's our magic number. So I think I just play one slime here. Math is hard? Math is hard. We got this glass knife potentially coming up. I think I just end turn. We'll let him weaken us. Okay. Pretty good fight. We can save our explosive pot. It'll be pretty good for Act 2 anyway. Never did need that piercing whale. Well, now hold on. We killed him with piercing whale. Okay. Kind of underwhelming card choice here. I don't love Envenom, I don't love Bullet Time, I don't love Tools of the Trade. Tools of the Trade at least sort of lets us get in the mindset of getting to some of Silence scaling. Venom Gambit and Holland. I mean, I don't think so. Bullet Time's kind of not great here. I don't hate Bullet Time like I think I used to hate Bullet Time. I'm okay grabbing Tools of the Trade. I don't think it makes the deck much better at all. Yeah, Venom doesn't work with 1,000 Cuts, correct. Yeah, Tools opens up some of the discard stuff. YOLO all in on Shivs? Nah. Ka-ka! Let's do the Tools of the Trade. Definitely not taking Busted Crown. We have way too much that we need. We're definitely not taking Snecko Eye because we don't even have that many value cards, and we have a lot of like 0 cost that would just be like really bad. Astrolabe's fine, right? I'd be happy to just straight up do all strikes. What did we get? Phantasmal Killer, Dagger Spray, Heel Hook. Okay. It's better than strikes. Better than strikes. Slice the Elder, thank you for the subscription. Food Evening. Okay. So. This is just straight death. So like, that's off limits. Generally speaking, I've said this before, I like question marks in Act 2, especially with Silent. Less into them now that I know we definitely won't take bites. I could go for some French fries. I could go for some French fries. I like an early shop. We've got a lot of money. We haven't used a card remove at all yet. We definitely want to do that. Act 2 hallway fights are pretty bad for us right now. We could get wrecked pretty bad. I don't like the idea of a guaranteed elite fight. I kind of feel like I'd rather have a choice and go this way. It means not going to a shop. Not thrilled about 3 elites? Not exactly. Yeah, choice is important for this deck. We're just not that strong yet. The deck's really pretty weak into Act 2. Like, all the hallway fights are going to be just garbage. The elite fights are going to be pretty terrible. Coward? Correct. Alright. 1,000 Cuts Deadly Poison, probably. May end up needing to use Liquid Memories on this fight. I wouldn't be surprised. Tools of the Trade worth playing? Probably. So we'll see. We may end up needing to liquid memories like Glass Knife, depending on next turn. So I can play a Piercing Whale. Let's see. So Glass Knife is 20. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we can drop the Phantasmal Killer. And I'm gonna play the Blur and the Defend here. I think we pretty much kill him. Could have used the liquid memories, but ooh, okay. Ooh, acrobatics plus probably still worth. I like that it says plus. Outmaneuver is not bad in this deck though. That was a weird fight. It was a weird fight. But we need energy, but I'm still gonna take that aggro. Oof. We're probably gonna Phantasmal Killer the liquid memories Glass Knife. That feels very likely. Avocado is a big problem for us. That would make this fight weird as well. Yeah, sure would. Reasonable chance of killing him next turn. Not that reasonable, actually. But like an okay chance. I'm gonna try to avoid playing the Fire Pot if I can help it. I also want to get Happy Flower back set up. Happy Flower on 2 makes Slurgy happy. How does Slurgy feel about Happy Flower on 2 or on 1? Feel fine. Reflex isn't exactly what I was going for when I grabbed Acro and the Tools of the Trade. Reflex isn't what I had in mind. It was Tactician. Tactician's what I had in mind. The deck needs energy. In your opinion, what are the best armor attachments in Vanilla Battle Brothers for Nimble / Battleforged armors? Let's say you have access to everything. You have access to everything. Bone plating. Problem solved. Bone plating is probably a little bit too good. Do I even take a reflex? It feels kind of bad. Also thinking about whether I take a Bouncing Flask. With Burst Plus, not bad. The deck's kind of being pulled in some awkward directions right now. Reflex is at least consistent with tools. Yeah, but it slows the deck down in a way that I'm not too comfortable with. If it were upgraded, I'd be more happy with it. I'm gonna grab the Bouncing Flask. If you double Phantasmal Killer, do you get 2 turns of 2x or 1 turn of 4x? You get 2 turns of 2x. We'll pay this guy some gold for a relic. Random relic, sure. Ooh, 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 tough bandages. Oh shit, this is a fantastic relic. Apparitions. I think we've got enough draw. I think we can take apparitions. I think we can. Let's do it. Let's do it. We want to make sure we're trying to end fights full health as much as possible. We're going to burst plus both apparitions. And then do I take 3? Or do I try to... Nah, yeah, we burst plus both apparitions. I think that's the play. I was gonna say maybe blur, but no. Bursting makes me, that's right. Bursting make me feel good. Do I hang on to the Piercing Wail? I think so. So we play this one, play that one, play this one. And then we play that one. Not gonna play the aggro. Sometimes I remember Slurgy can sing. Slurgy can sing. Well, I don't know. Technically true. Slurgy can sing. Slurgy enjoys singing. There's proof. Proof exists on the internet of Slurgy singing. All right, let's at least get Happy Flower up one more number. So what do we upgrade? Holy shit. I feel like there's like a billion important upgrades now. I'm not going to take this elite. I think that elite is way too risky. So upgrade, I could kind of be convinced to do Tools of the Trade. Upgrading apparitions is cute, but Tools of the Trade can just discard them. And I think we always want to play Tools of the Trade every time we see it because Tough Bandages is here. Piercing Wail also is like a decent choice for an upgrade, but I think Tools of the Trade is slightly more ideal here, sitting with such low energy. Oh my god. Alright, we're going to take out the cultist as fast as possible for going after the Chosen, but oof. Oof. This fight is so dangerous. I think I'm going to play both apparitions. I thought about discarding one, but opted not to, obviously. I guess I'm going to discard the Acro, actually, because I'm going to 1,000 Cuts, Neutralize, Heel Hook, Poison Stab. Well, we'll see what this draws. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna say, because we do have another apparition in the draw pile. Alright, definitely gonna burst the apparition. Yeah. I think that's just true. Needed Slay the Spire? Well, hello, Broad Metal Look 2. Yeah, it is indeed Slay the Spire. I think I may have done the wrong thing there. We'll see. We'll see. We'll find out here shortly. No, we're good. We'll take 3. Need more poison? True. And I think we've got lethal here. Yeah, we got lethal. Got him. Happy Flower on 2. Not gonna grab an Envenom. I don't think that's good. I don't even think we grab a Poison Stab Plus. I don't think we grab any of these. I think we can't risk putting anything in the deck that gets in the way of our apparitions. 1000 Cuts did over 30 damage that fight. Hey, Final Fantasy battle music. Ba, 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 ba. And then what happens after that depends on your canon favorite Final Fantasy. For some it'll be and others it'll be ba 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 ba, etc., etc. I'm gonna skip. You finally got the silent combo you were after, Sadistic Nature and Envenom. That's very satisfying. This deck is gonna skip here. I'm not gonna take the Envenom. We're gonna dodge the Elite. I don't think we can. I feel really bad about how few relics we have. But you know, that's just how it is sometimes. I'm gonna save the damage on Glass Knife. I think that's what I'm gonna do. It's not about the number of relics, it's how you use them. Unless you have the shovel, then it's dig, dig, dig. Yeah, we got a shovel last time. Let's try to avoid taking too much damage here. So let's burst both apparitions. Pretty happy with how burst has done for us. So now I'll discard this apparition. We don't need it right now. And do I put all of these back in the draw pile? It's a little risky here. I'm not gonna play the escape plan, but I will play the Phantasmal Killer. What's the record so far, Slurg? Well, it's 1-0 on stream, but I I'm currently on a 2 streak overall. So let's burst our deadly poison and... Boy, no, actually. Let's just kill him. Poison potion. I think we take that over the attack bot. Sneaky Strike actually pretty good here now. Sneaky Strike plus. Yeah. Orichalcum. Yeah. And I think this is still the route. Toy Ornithopter, really nice here. Really nice with the low hit point pool. You love to see it. Orichalcum kind of bad with bandages. Yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit of like kind of anti-synergy there a little bit. So if I 1000 cuts and then I burst the... I kind of feel like I'm going to burst the escape plan, or no, excuse me, I'm going to burst the acro on the assumption that we're going to find one of our apparitions. It's pretty likely, yeah. And am I okay with the other one being there? So did you ever watch Futurama? No, but I quote it all the time. Despite having never watched it. That's unfortunate. To shreds, you say? Well, it used to be milk, and time makes fools of us all. So like Apparition's gonna do us, or the Orichalcum's gonna do us a favor here. Look at it go. Piercing Whale not doing us any favors on this particular round. They had a very addictive soda drink called Slurm. Yeah? Okay, I'm thinking about playing the Sneaky Strike here. Well, I don't know. I was thinking about trying to get the 1000 cuts in, but do I really care about the 1000 cuts? I don't think so. We just try to get the deadly poison down on him. And we play the Dagger Spray. Right, so we play Sneaky Strike still here. Or do I? Maybe not. Maybe I actually play it here. Because then we play the Poison Stab and the Deadly Poison on the Spheric Guardian. I think that's actually better. So let's do this first. Okay. You know what? I think I can take 0 damage this fight. We got the Bouncing Flask here. We got a Survivor. I think we have Lethal? Yeah, we do. Okay. Happy Flower on 2. Makes for a happy Slurgy. Skip? I don't think we want any of these. Shivs, I knew we shouldn't. Yeah, no. I think we skip. Snecko. He's gonna pick on me. He's gonna be mean. We may end up using a fire pot in this fight. I wouldn't be surprised. Thousand Cuts Piercing Wail's not terrible. Orichalcum will proc. We'll take 6. Apparition Phantasmal Killer. The mascot for Slurm was called Slurms Mackenzie, whose whole job was to party and then be the ambassador for Slurm Soda, and it's such a comical episode. Slurm and Slurgy correlation is why I asked, even though I know you had the Slurgy handle since you were young. Great episode, by the way. I believe you. I'm sure it is. So we get one more double play. And then a single play. So if I do Survivor, it full blocks. And then we do 4 damage to him. If I do defend, and then Survivor, it full blocks and we do 6 damage to him. Okay. Just had to work through that real quick. Can I kill here? Only with a fire pot. So close. That sucks. I would take another Piercing Wail. Piercing Wail, very good. How do I feel about an elite here? Oh, it's so risky. I don't think I can. Most of the elites kill us. How about the collector? Does the collector kill us? Most of the time. Shit. This is bad. This deck is almost certainly doomed. Would there be any relics from an elite fight that would save us? That weird, like, experimental poison thing that make poison go from one thing to another? Or a rare card reward, or uncommon card reward for Catalyst. And that's pretty much it. Late X question mark, basically just as good as the elite then. I don't think there's any relic that really quite gets us there, and I think this is super likely to just kill us. YOLO? I mean, we're pretty much YOLOing anyway. This is pretty much already a YOLO. Oh, I guess I should have played the other cards first, huh? Could have done a couple points more damage there. All right, let's at least let Happy Flower progress. We're gonna kill him on our turns. Our terms. Not with the poison, but with the glass knife. No potion, too bad. Finisher? That ain't it. Crippling Cloud is like, oh, it's not what we want to see, but it's okay for this fight. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, geez. Oh, boy. 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 Not looking good. Not looking good. I'll grab the Crippling Cloud, but it's not looking good. I'm going to buy 3 potions here, and we're going to hope we get some good ones. That's not it. Distilled Chaos? I don't like our chances here. So Smith for sure, and I think it's an upgrade for the Bouncing Flask. And try to stack as much damage as fast as possible onto the collector. Gonna open with a poison pot for sure, and this run is probably fucked. Shit. I can't drop both apparitions. Oh, that's a bad opening. Do I play the Distilled Chaos on the hope that we hit a burst? What could we hit that would be good? Burst, Sneaky Strike. Most of the things we hit are good, actually. Pretty much only Piercing Wail, the Defend, Survivor are bad. Reflex. Kind of have to YOLO it. I think I'm just gonna drop both apparitions and go 1,000 Cuts, Phantasmal Killer, Poison Stab. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. Deciding if I want to Glass Knife a Torch Head or not. Or just go all in on the collector. Let's take out one of these. Where's my reflex? probably still feel like I have to play the Bouncing Flask. He's summoning another Torch Head, which is pretty good for us, actually. These are the same. No, he's gonna say, "You are mine!" And then we will be his. And then we're gonna die? Probably. We'll at least have more energy. And there is one more apparition we could maybe dig through and find and get lucky. 39's a lot. I don't know if you guys knew that. We're gonna live through this turn though. I'm probably gonna burst the acrobatics. So I think let's drop this defend, especially since we're frail. So how many cards in hand can we get to see as many as possible? I kind of have to think through this. Draw 4, discard 1. Puts us at a net of... Why is this so hard to think of? So we'll be at 4, draw 4 up to 8, discard 1 down to 7. So we have to play 1 card before... But if I burst Acro, we'll be down to 3 cards, draw 4 to 7, discard 1 to 6, draw 4. Okay, so I still can't do that. So let's burst the Acro before playing anything else. I guess I'm not playing the Glass Knife, since we're weak. I'm not gonna play the Blur. So we get 1 more card to double play. Piercing Whale? Yeah, I think it's just Whale. Then we can do a neutralize heel hook. Well, okay. Oh boy, how much damage do we have here? I think we got him. Not on this turn, but I think he's dead next turn, and I think we actually have him. So I'm not gonna play the Crippling Cloud. He's already weak, and I think he's just gonna die. I don't think he's dead on this turn. Oh my god, he's dead on this turn. He's not dead on this turn. Wow. Color me surprised. I did not think that fight was possible. Like, I thought that was death for sure. Especially after the way it started. How lucky did we get? We must have. That must have been some pretty high rolls for the draws. My perception of the deck and its ability to fight that successfully is that it is unlikely. Okay. Sometimes you can tell the Spire to shove it, and apparently that's what happened. Okay. Kind of an interesting choice here. Corpse Explosion, probably pretty important for us to be able to even consider so many Act 3 fights. Shit. But Burst is also incredibly good with our apparitions, and I would even take another. Bandages is great, just needed one Gamba. Call 888, admit it. Yeah. There was one big Gamba with the apparition. Yeah, I mean, Corpse Explode seems okay. Right? Corpse Explode seems okay. But I'm kind of leaning towards Burst because I think bursting the apparitions is more important. Yeah, it's true. 1,000 Cuts actually did a lot of damage. Poison? Well, Burst can also be poison. Corpse Explode is good for some hallway fights in Donu Deka. Yeah. No, I think Burst is actually better. Runic Pyramid, pretty sweet here. It's just Runic Pyramid. And then we need energy. Honorable mention for Runic Dome. So, Runic Dome there's the way the deck plays in a lot of cases is play the apparitions anyway. And in those situations, Runic Dome is like, who cares what the enemy's doing, right? This is a really interesting decision. Because our apparitions are unupgraded, right? So the benefit to Pyramid is just when we draw Burst before Apparition, but Apparition before Burst does not help us unless we're able to like discard them, right? Like unless we have something like an Acro in our hand. Whereas, realistically, Runic Dome lets us actually pop off with the apparitions, and we need energy to be able to do the things we need to and get more damage in play with things like 1,000 Cuts. This is a really interesting decision. But I'm going to take the Dome. I'm going to take the Dome. All right, we want to hit an early shop. That's good. Right, so I think our path to the Burning Lead is pretty much set. So that's just a given. You're wild for that, but I see the vision. I mean, I just think it works better for us here. Pyramid, Gimps, Reflex, and Acrobatics. To an extent, yeah. So I'm gonna burst, Pyramid, or Piercing Whale, Bouncing Flask, and we're gonna defend with our Orichalcum. Yeah, the energy is just important here. 1,000 Cuts, Apparition. Joke's on Mr. Explodey Boy. We don't even care. You just need some Akros and some green prepared and Gamba. Yeah. Okay, so we just need to set them up to die, I guess, on next turn. Next turn is fine. So Happy Flower will be at 1. We really do want to set it up at 2, but the poison's just not letting us. Boo-hoo. Now that we have more energy, would we ever want to backflip plus? I think the answer is still no. I think the answer is no. Would I take a Sneaky Strike plus? I think no. It is green. We like them green, but I don't think we take either of them. I think it's just more important to keep the deck thin so that we can get these apparitions in play. Okay. A dome run? Well, I guess. Let's see. Card remove, for sure. And it's... Is it a strike or is it a defend? Also, Singing Bull, honestly, a new drummer, I was thinking that same thing. Singing Bull's not... Like, I don't think purchasing this happens for me very often at all. Especially in Act 3. Like, have I ever purchased Singing Bull in Act 3? Ever? I doubt it, but I might here. That doesn't seem that bad. Alright, so let's get rid of the strike. I think that's still the play. I don't hate bronze scales. Good damage against the heart. Relevant damage still in a lot of fights. I don't hate Sadistic Nature, but I'm not gonna get it. I'm gonna buy the bronze scales. And I might even buy the Caltrops on sale. Waffle is decent max HP compared to Singing Bull at this point. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do bronze scales. And I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe I'm purchasing this in Act 3, but I think I'm gonna purchase the Caltrops. Let's go. All three of these are pretty interesting. I think Upgrade 2 random is probably a no. Transform 2 is pretty tempting. Remove and upgrade also pretty good. But the defense really don't do much for us. They're pretty bad cards. With Orichalcum and the apparitions, they're pretty bad. I'm gonna transform too. Okay. Probably can't play the 1,000 cuts. Well, is that true? Burst Piercing Wail. But I could also burst Crippling Cloud Piercing Wail. That's just better. Yeah. And actually, I'm just gonna do neutralize on the high HP one. I don't really care who's attacking me right now. Burst escape plan? Rough. Ooh. Could we die here? Oh no. Shit. I mean, we can heal 5 from Toy Ornithopter. I wonder if on that, I wonder if I should have started out with, upgrading, nah. Screw it, let's just do that for, because we could die here. Okay. So let's go here because it's a kill. Let's do this because we need to find our apparitions. Oh my god, apparitions, please. Apparitions, please. Please. Please, apparitions. Though I think I have lethal, right? Yeah. Good lord. Skip. Going into the Burning Elite with 9 HP. It's a giant head, oh no! It's a giant head with extra hit points! This is not good. This is not good. Burst Bouncing Flask, Noxious Fumes. And technically he can hit for more than 9, so I'm gonna play the potion for heal. This is not good. Okay, we get to burst an apparition. And I think we do. We're not going to be able to draw through our deck before his countdown. Let's play the escape plan before the burst, just in case we draw another apparition. Okay. Ooh, and actually let's do this. Okay. So then we just do poison, stab, dagger spray, glass knife. Yeah. Why do we think he's counting down, team? What do we think? Why is he counting down? So we're going to discard this one. Because we're going to try to hit it with a burst. Because we're going to get this one flat next turn. Surely nothing bad? Surely nothing bad, right? To give you a hug, I think? I think that's right. So he's counted down, and that was 1, which must mean this next one is, if I'm counting correctly, 0. It is time. I think we burst the escape plan. Uh-oh. That's probably pretty close to full block. Can confirm was close. Let's see. We have a burst, so we're going to try to acrobatics to it. We got it. Okay. So we can burst the apparition. Didn't get the second burst, opted to play the glass knife instead. I don't know if that was right, but it's what I did. Holy shit, we just barely get there. Get me out of this fucking fight. Oh my goodness. Reflex plus Y. Go away. No, I don't think I'd take it. You need more HP, Slurgy? Yes. So true. I cannot believe I'm considering grabbing a bandage up here. He has one more than enough right now, that's true. I can't believe I just clicked that. That card's disgusting. Now you may say, Slurgy, why don't you rest? I'll say, no. Mummified hand. I'm not fighting 2 elites. I'm not fighting any elites. How am I beating Donu and Deka? How am I beating anything? By upgrading and high rolling. Force of will? Just don't get hit? Okay, that's true. Ironclad wouldn't have failed you? True. Okay, let's get the Piercing Whale out of the deck for the draw. Pretty nervous here. Is this enough damage? Probably is. Yeah, it definitely is. Way more than enough damage, actually. Actually, let's get rid of the defend. I actually think we've almost certainly done it. Miraculously. Oh, good lord. And we burst the apparition, we're good. Wow. Okay. And we already played our bandage up. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Still alive. Catalyst. Ooh, and an out. Oh, shit. I mean, Catalyst is the play, but Outmaneuver Plus here is kind of sad because I actually would love that. But Catalyst is no question the correct pick here. We're still in this. Jesus. I wonder if the Transient is our herald from the stars that hints at the coming of the Slay the Spire 2 character. Ooh. It'd be cool if they have a star in their design somewhere to hint at Transient. That would be cool. Yeah, I think we just lose max HP. I'm not going to put anything in my deck, especially innate. Yeah, losing, right. And I'm going to go here to this campfire because one of these we have to upgrade Catalyst, and at the other we have to get the key. Who needs hit points? All right, start, take your foot off that pedal. I'm sitting cross-legged. Uh-oh. Not a good start. That's an awful lot of damage to take on turn 1, huh? Technically heals more to play the Dex pot afterwards. From Toy Ornithopter, we take the 24. That's not good. Where does it show the damage you're going to take? Well, we've got this Runic Dome. I just know they start with 24. I just have that memorized. I'm pretty sure, right? Am I remembering this correctly? The wiki says they do... Oh, okay, yeah. I've never actually looked at the Slay the Spire wiki before. Yeah, 24. So technically, you know, it'll heal us more to Dexpot afterwards. I also could consider not playing the defend at all and trying to take away more artifact and get more Phantasmal Killer. So I think another line would be to simply let ourselves get attacked, not play the defend at all. Get the Orichalcum. I actually think I like that line better. Well, don't pick just to challenge yourself, Slurgy? No, I thought it was the best choice. The Relic Bar is pitiful? The Relic Bar is pitiful. And I think in this case we want to kill Deca. So in the Ironclad run it was Donu, but... And then we're going to use the Dexpot after. Probably, right? Are we dead? I think just dead? Pretty sure just dead. No. Yeah? Well, wait. Is it exactly dead? I think we're exactly dead. Yeah. Damn. What a run, though. That was fun. That was a fun run. What a pitiful Relic Bar. Could a stronger Slurgy have won that run? Maybe. Maybe. But that is a absolutely abysmal and pitiful Relic Bar going into the Act 3 elites. We had to dodge so many elites. The deck just wasn't going to be able to do it. This fight was just on the cusp of being possible, which would have been really interesting. Right? What would the fight against Time Eater have gone like? Actually, maybe okay with Catalyst. The fight against Awakened One, the Woke Bloke. Okay. It would have gone okay. I think Burst Catalyst really goes hard, though. And I think the Act 2, or the Act 4 elites, Spire and Spear, are a disaster, but actually the Heart is at least within range. But it's really, you know, every single one of those fights is draw dependent. It really does need our apparitions to show up. I don't know why Wraithform didn't offer itself to us early on in this run. Where are you, Wraithform? Oh well. Yeah, it was a rough offer for cards. I don't know. That one's an interesting one, right? I think like that's the good question is, what would a stronger player have done? What choices would they have made that would deviate from what I did? I don't know. Got to dip out. Good night, everybody. Hey, Plaguebird, I'm not far behind you, I think. I'm not far behind you. So, I only did my reminiscing about our Battle Brothers run pretty much all at the beginning. I haven't decided yet. I think I'm going to kick off another Battle Brothers run at some point. And I'm going to do another attempt at the challenge run with the new patch by Darkzo. I just haven't decided exactly when I'm going to do it. It could be as soon as like Thursday or something. I missed the Battle Brothers reminiscing. I don't know, what are the highlights? just that it was a really fun run. Mostly, that was the conclusion. It was a really fun run, and I think there's like lots of little things that we learned. There's no like huge overarching lesson, but there's lots of little lessons that were learned along the way. Probably the big one is I think I'm going to be looking even more keenly at dynamic duo. Not because of the rotation, even though that's the main reason I grabbed it in the first run. The rotation, of course, is very strong. The free rotate, hard to go wrong, right? I think there's different ways you can combo it too. So for example, you could have Mace plus Katal as an example. You can do big two-handed hammer, full force, smash armor into sword. Things like that. Especially with similar initiative, you can make it so that like an offensive brother can never be at risk. Lots of things you can do. But the other thing is so many enemies have formidable approach, right? Very spooky enemies like Chosen and the ancient honor guards and stuff like that, where just being able to remove that formidable approach is such a huge deal. That I'm going to be looking to take more dynamic duos in the next run. So, can you do a dynamic trio or quadro? No, it forces. I think the way it works is the game, like when you allocate the perk, anytime after you've allocated, you can pick a partner, and once that partner is picked, you're locked in until one of them dies. Or leaves the company, I guess, but that's not relevant for us. And so I think once they've had that pairing set, you can't pick them anymore. I think I saw that when I was picking. Otherwise, yeah, you could definitely set up like a trio, the Chaucer, and I think that would be really interesting and potentially really strong. But I like the idea of the duos just because they can be on like opposite sides of the formation as well, and we can put the tanky brothers with a partner of some sort. So could be interesting. I knew you were having fun by watching. Also, learning is fun and stop. Yeah, learning is fun. I think it was this doing the challenge in Hardened has been really fun to. It's been a fun nut to crack, a fun riddle to solve, a fun puzzle to figure out. So, any chance you could try to do it for different origin, or is that not feasible? I think actually it's probably more feasible than ever with the most recent patch. And I considered maybe doing Indebted, or Manhunters rather, because, it can just be a grind, a churn as we just like pump through Indebted. I think from a viewing perspective, that would be good too, because I feel bad about the viewer queue where people get brothers, and then if you don't get a brother, you're just sort of left out. But if we do a Manhunters run, there will always be fresh picks from the queue, right? So there is some benefit to that. I haven't decided. So I think doing it as Manhunters does have some appeal. Just now that Peasant Militia lost the sort of Phalanx default perks as well. GG, you're off to continue to rewatch DBZ Abridged. Well, Carmen Electra or Carrot Cake. DBZ Abridged, incredible. Yeah, Peasant Militia definitely took a nerf, right? The other option would be, what if I did Anatomists, but I think I'd get it hurt my heart because of myself. But that would be another potentially interesting one, but I think less interesting. So I would either do Peasant Militia again, just because I'm familiar with it, despite the changes, or Manhunters. I was gonna maybe just off stream roll a couple starts of Manhunters just to make sure I understand the mechanics for Hardened, because I didn't even launch it at all, just to make sure it works and stuff like that. And assuming it does, it could be an interesting option. But it feels a little bit like am I forfeiting, right? because then I'm doing like a new thing and I want to see if the original one is feasible. Not that it matters. I'm just, you know, I don't know. It's all an experiment, right? So it hurt my heart too. I was supposed to, yeah, I know, good boy, George. I know. And I'm sorry. I really am. I really, really am. So I really, really, really am. But yeah. Yeah, Manhunters would be cool, right? I think, again, you know, the nice thing, again, is thinking about one of the reasons I like streaming, or I've discovered that I like streaming, is these adventures. It's kind of like, again, I made this analogy earlier. When I travel to places with my wife, a lot of the fun is in the shared experience. We can tell each other stories afterwards. Hey, remember that weird pizza place in New York? Where that person, you know, I don't know, what, like all these like funny memories, and being able to experience that with other people kind of makes them more come to life. They're more real, right? You know, you experience it with another person, and that makes it feel more complete. The Battle Brothers runs have felt like that for me, right? So when we are, my wife, the Battle Brothers runs, when I get to do it with other people, I know that like you're there with me. So when an exciting moment happens, like we get the Kingsguard from attempt number 18 or whatever the hell it was, or 28, 24, whatever the hell run that was in the vanilla challenge, right? That was so exciting, and people got to experience that. Like the excitement became more real because I knew that others were with me. And that's been true of every triumph and every failure, every good thing, every bad thing. Doing it with others has been like really fun. So anyway, all that is to say, Manhunters might make for a nice experience for the stream as well. So it's one of the things I'm thinking about. It's one of those things I'm thinking about. Father Falsers did get a couple guys the 2-piece last stream, and it was great. Oh yeah. It's not about the runs, it's about the friends we made along the way. It really is. And that's that is the ultimate lesson to take from that, right? You know? Absolutely. So, all right, I think that's where I'm going to call it for the evening. I only have so much like mental capacity for Slay the Spire. I could feel myself starting to really like mentally struggle near the end of that silent run, but hey, the Chad run was victorious, so that's pretty great. You made me come. You know, good boy George, I've not checked out your stream. Actually, I want to make sure I'm following you, because I'm not actually. No, I am. You've never been streaming whenever I have been there, but yeah, I'm awesome. That's awesome. Like streaming's really fun, so I'm glad to get you back into Battle Brothers and doing some streaming yourself. That's awesome. That's awesome. So that's where I'm going to call it. I'm going to send you guys over to a streamer I enjoy watching. So I'm going to call it there, and I will probably be back tomorrow, probably for another Slay the Spire stream. But I'll update the Discord and let people know. Actually, I think I have to go to Costco tomorrow, so it might be a little later. We'll see. All right, so to all of you, wherever you are in the world, make it a good one. Ta-ta.